Good morning, colleagues. Well, and do we have a quorum? We have a quorum. Good morning to everyone. Welcome to the second day of our meeting. It's going to be a busy day for all of us. We really want to make some textual, substantive progress, hopefully today, because tomorrow is going to be a short day. And we hope by tomorrow we can conclude and reach a consensus around a number of the agenda items, key of which are the guidance to the operating entities, the biennial assessment, and the forum for 2019. Do we have our viewers on Skype? Are they online?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, I would like to, you all have received the tentative schedule for the day. And we are going to start first with the Stocktake to get a feel as to where we stand on the different breakout groups. So I'd like to open the floor for the facilitators, co-facilitators, co-chairs to brief us on where they stand. Leah, you want to do that? Vicky, you want to do that, please? You have the floor.
Thank you, and good morning, colleagues. Yesterday we had our first breakout group where we first gave an opportunity to the Jeff and the GCF Secretariat to give people in the room an update on what happened since the Bangkok session, our last SCF meeting. That was followed by a round question to see if to the tablet to see if the input that we received beforehand was well reflected in the draft guidance as it stands right now. And then we asked for further input from parties. I think we started with the Jeff, but to be honest, it was a very short interaction. That was because we only got further input from the African group of negotiators. So then we went quickly to the GCF issues where we also got further inputs by different parties. And then just because we wanted to move forward today, knowing that this is the day that we have to come to draft decision text as you mandated us to do, we kept the meeting quite brief, so to give people a chance to come up with written input by 7 o'clock in the evening. This was delivered by most, except for one input we're still waiting for, or we might just have received it today. So thank you very much for doing that. So today what we expect to do is that we go through the documents again with all the written input now. So we assume that everything that wanted to be in the text is now currently in the draft text. We have made, together with the Secretariat, our assessment of what could be merged or what is already taken care of in previous guidance and so on. So we will present that during the next breakout group, and then we start discussing the text so that we can come to draft decision text later. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the report. So we're pending submission from the Jeff and GCF. Okay, could we follow up with them, please? I understand they are here in the room to just... Is the Jeff in the room, please? Is the GCF representatives? Are they here? All right. So could we just please follow up with them? And we really need to start negotiation text, please. I mean, put the text on the screen and we develop it and build it as we go, please. I think we had a good round yesterday of general reflections, but wish to see textual negotiations, please. Any other report, please? On the forum? Mohammed or Peter?
Thank you very much. So the short update is that we had a fruitful discussions yesterday on the theme of the forum, and we went a little bit deeper into the sub-themes and got some comments on them and suggestions on how to refine them. And I would like to thank everybody who was there for their active engagement in this. And I think also as was reflected in the discussion that we had at the opening, everybody there's broad support for the topic that we put forward. And also in the breakout we found that the discussion note that we prepared was a good basis for further elaboration of the forum. And you encourage us to be efficient and to conclude our discussions in the breakout group, which we think we were able to do. And so we would like to propose that the SCF theme for the next forum will be climate finance and sustainable cities. And that we also agreed to propose to you that to allow us as co-facilitators with the support of the Secretariat to initiate organizing the next forum intercessionally on the basis of the co-facilitators proposal, including developing the draft program, inviting resource persons and participants, and finalizing the logistical arrangements. The only thing is that we haven't settled on partner events. Usually we're quite late in organizing this. Maybe this time we were too early. There are some people that said, well, we don't know exactly what is going to happen in the coming year, so there might be opportunities. But we narrowed down the list that we had of events. Some of them were too early, others were just not good events to partner up with. It turned out in the end. And so we have 3 options now on the table, but there might be others, but we will continue to explore that with the Secretariat. And one is that it's back-to-back with the ICLE Resilient Cities event, which is on the 26th to 28th of June. The only thing is that the SB 50 will conclude on the 27th of June. So we have to see whether it's feasible, because then would mean that people will have to stay 1 or 2 days extra. But it's here in Bonn, so it's very convenient. The other one is there's a Latin America Climate Week, which is in July in Salvador in Brazil, or the National Mayors Front Biennial Conference on Sustainable Development in August, also in Brazil. And the third option is that we organize a standalone event, but that we partner up with others that will bring participants and make arrangements for the venue. And we already have some interest from parties or from organizations to do that. So those are the 3 options. And then we will have another plenary session where we will provide more report back on tomorrow. So thank you.
Thank you very much for the report, Mo. Well, thank you very much, Peter. I think we thank you very much for the progress you've made so far. Perhaps I'm wondering, hopefully by tomorrow we can conclude on the options you laid down and the partnership whom we're going to partner with on this coming forum. But I don't want to prejudge what would be the discussions today and tomorrow, but if we're not able to, we could do this intercession, because I think this requires some communication to be done, and you need to contact, external bodies. So we're not, I think, we're not, so much concerned about taking a decision on the time and venue. Depends on, as you said, we have 3 options as to when and where we want to hold the forum. So perhaps intercessionally we can agree on that. So, but thank you very much for the progress you made. And then we'll have a Stocktake from Saini and Oti. I'm gonna ask Saini, please, where we stand on the Biennial Assessment.
Yes, thank you, Ayman, and thanks Uti, who's worked very late last night with the Secretariat. So thank you to Uti and to the Secretariat. So you'll see, you would have received last night a revision of the summary and recommendation, and you would have seen very heavy lifting on the summary and on the recommendation. I think we went from about 21 recommendations to now 11, and we haven't just streamlined. We've tried to ensure, as per our conversations, that the recommendation which would stay new and additional and really adding value to what's there. There is a placeholder, and that's maybe the specific. There is a placeholder for those recommendations which were related to the consistency with the objectives, and we decided that we'll need to rephrase that the sentence in the heading. So we don't have a heading for that, and we'll need to find a heading for, but consistency with objectives of the convention and long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. Some felt that that needs to be reworked. So, but other than that, I think it's, it looks at this stage of the meeting, I think we are in a very good position, and I think the time we have this, after the break and after lunch should be hopefully enough to close our summary and recommendation today.
Thank you very much, Saini, and that's very reassuring that we're on track. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to open the floor for reflections on the 3 reports we just heard. Before I do that, some housekeeping announcement. You all have received the invitation for the doodle for the scheduling of meetings next year. Have you all received that request? So if you don't mind, could you go in and please put in your preference for the day so that we can narrow down on the particular days that we wish to hopefully agree here for next year. With that, anybody wishes to take the floor to react? We're going to have, by the way, we are going to advance the schedule for the day. We really want to go right away to the breakout group so that we can maximize the use of time. So keep this in mind, please. Mo, please.
Thank you, Ayman, and good morning, colleagues. And thank you all for all the facilitators of the issues that was presented this morning. My comments will be on the summary and the recommendations of the BA. I think we sent as the African group several comments, and we requested some of the recommendations to be taken forward, but I don't see them reflected here. In particular, in relation to the issues of country ownership, assessment of needs, and accessibility to finance. And I think those 3 elements, what supports our position is that attending different meetings related to climate change this year, starting with the IPCC 1.5 degree report, the assessments there were lacking, and the issue of accessibility and country ownership came very strong in the forum. So I think those also should be taken forward or taken up from the report into the summary and the recommendations. We have provided language, and we have provided which paragraphs we would like to take from the report up. So I hope that this could be taken into consideration, because currently I don't see them very clear in this current proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed and Sani. I think we're taking note of that. I think there was a submission by the African group to reflect on the assessment and needs of finance, and reflection that is comparable to the report of the IPCC. Perhaps we need to highlight some of the references within the Biennial Assessment report. Any other intervention from the observers? Observers on Skype. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to hand over to Oti. Oti, please.
Okay, good morning to all, also from my side. So basically, we're going to have sort of 2 fairly brief plenaries now. One now on the Biennial Assessment, then followed by one on guidance. And the sole purpose of having these now in the plenary format is because we've been working in parallel a lot. And there are always sort of colleagues who sort of find themselves to be in the wrong room, that when they would like to give input input on specific issues in the other room. So what we thought we would do, we would actually now provide the space for, especially for all of those colleagues who have been really more focusing on the guidance, to now come in on the BA. On the biennial assessment, and also the very important decisions that we need to take, including on the format of the figures that we have. I mean, or the pictures, that, you know, what kind of bubbles and what kind of an onion, because they are sort of different kinds of color coding a bit. So I don't want to take any more of your time now, but rather sort of refer to the version that of the summary and recommendations that you got last night, and you will have received both the clean text version as well as a track changes version. And what we would like to hear from you now is that are we going in the right direction? Are there still sort of some elements? I just heard from Mohammed that indeed there are some elements that haven't been reflected in this version. So perhaps now would actually be the time to specifically mention where these should be reflected, and also in substantive terms, that, you know, what exactly it is that you want in here. Just to recap, and I think Saini provided a good report on where we are. We're trying to avoid just repeating what we had in the summary and recommendations in the 2016, but actually sort of also indicate a degree of progression where we have you know, that the debate has actually moved forward, and also trying to be a bit more specific on some of the recommendations, instead of having them as very, very general. So I'd now like to open the floor, and if helpful, I noticed that the secretary is giving paper copies of the text. I mean, if you would you like to sort of like take 5 minutes first just to look at the recommendations as they've been drafted now, and then we'll continue. So Kathy will now give you copies, and we really want you to focus on the last couple of pages where you have the summary and recommendations. Okay, I'll ask the Secretariat now to just put the recommendations up on the screen. The idea is not to start drafting them right now together, but rather just sort of to assist us in going through. And now I'd actually then like colleagues to take the floor and flag, you know, if there's something that's missing or something that's not expressed well, and especially those, you know, if there were some key messages that they see as emerging from the report that we haven't addressed in the recommendations, that are there some, I guess I would also like phrase it like, you know, are there some clearly missing elements that we missed, that some of the some key messages that we should really highlight in the recommendations. I think that would be the first thing. The second thing would be that are there some, or have we now deleted too many recommendations? Are there something that should be brought back? And I guess then third would be that, you know, is the balance about right? So I'd now open the floor for comments. Okay, so Kathy, if you now sort of go down to this recommendations part, and maybe just stop at the onion first, go a bit further up. No, to the onion. Haven't gone too much.
Figure 2.1.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this is how our sort of the 2018 onion would look like, and indeed, because the onion kind of shows just the different layers, you then have, it's then accompanied by the table. If you then go scroll a bit further down, Kathy, please. Scroll a bit further down, I'll just explain, because there have been a lot of colleagues who've been doing the guidance and not following this. So the color coding of the onion then matches the color coding in the table, which then provides the numbers for 2015 and 2016, and also then provides details on the sources of the data. Okay. Yep.
I see the different figure here.
It's a new version, alternative version, the one that you have here.
Okay.
These are just options.
Okay. So let's stop here for a minute. So what you have in the paper that you got yesterday is this version of the onion. What you also got in the bunch of emails yesterday was a different version of the onion. So instead of multiple circles, it was like more like sectors. So can you put that on the screen as well? This is just to highlight that this is one of the decisions that we'll have to take. We don't have to take it right now. We can have further discussions on that in the breakout group. But I mean, there are different ways of presenting the information in the onion. This one that you have there would perhaps be more consistent with what we had in the 2016 BA report. The alternative version is perhaps a bit more granular and provides an additional layer of information that perhaps is not as clear in this one. Now then, moving on to the recommendations, if you could scroll down the screen. So sorry, Kathy, I keep on making her run back and forth. So let's just go down to the recommendations. Okay, so starting with the first one, and I know this will probably seem confusing again because you have track changes, but it's not sort of the track changes compared to the 9 October version or the 29 October version, but it's track changes compared to the version that we were working on yesterday, so do bear with me. But basically what we've done compared to the last version that you got on paper was that all the recommendations related to 21C have been clustered together at the end, and therefore then the recommendations would now start with encouraging parties to basically there are 3 recommendations inviting parties to enhance their reporting, I think, to start with. And perhaps this is something, I think the numbering on the printout version is different from the one on the screen, but let's not get stuck there either. We will get back to that later on. But again here, I mean, just to think that, you know, are there ways to consolidate that better? Then if you go further down, the second cluster of recommendations is related to engaging with international organizations and the private sector. The third cluster of recommendations relates to ownership needs and impacts, and there was quite a bit of discussion on that yesterday. And then the fourth and final cluster of recommendations is related to a heading which currently we don't have, but the previous heading was called Consistency with Objectives of the Convention and the Long-Term Goals of the Paris Agreement. And we'll need to come up with a better, sort of clearer heading for that as well. I'll stop now and I'll open the floor for comments. Matthias, please.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to colleagues for the hard work done consolidating the draft. Just a couple of comments and maybe and questions as well. On the initial paragraphs on reporting, there might be some room for further consolidation looking at paragraph B and paragraph E, where both are encouraging parties providing climate finance to enhance their reporting. I recognize that paragraph E concerns parties in general providing reporting, but maybe they could be merged in some way since they still encourage parties providing climate finance to enhance their reporting. So, and also considering paragraph G, which also encourages climate finance providers to enhance availability of data and so forth. So maybe sort of the combination of those 3 paragraphs could maybe be put into 2 paragraphs. A question regarding paragraph F, which then requests the SCF to assess the gaps and barriers. I guess that suggestion was made during the breakout groups yesterday. It would be interesting maybe if colleagues who suggested that could further develop what do we see ahead of us, the SCF coming out with in that kind of assessment. What would that entail? Furthermore, it seems to me that we're striking out a couple of paragraphs with which explicitly mention the NDCs. Now, it could be helpful, I guess, maybe to have a reference to the NDCs in at least one of the paragraphs, and making, of course, the obvious link between the formulation of the NDCs and climate finance. For example, the now stricken out paragraph M, requesting the SCF in preparing future BAs, which I guess was stricken out partly because it's already been made as a recommendation, but maybe then that could be reformulated in an appropriate way in order to reflect that it's work which needs still to be done. And then finally, we would have wanted to see some reference to the SDGs. And I recognize that colleagues might not want to make that link. For us, it's quite obvious, and I think for all of us, I mean, there is an obvious link there. But I mean, if that's if colleagues are not very keen to make it, of course we can leave it out. But I would have wanted to see that link. Thanks.
Thank you, Matthias. Next, I have Vicky, followed by Mo. Vicky, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. First, on the structure, I mean, when you explained how it's been divided, it does make sense. But reading it through it a bit, even though it's clear what is coming from where, I think it might be another way to structure it. Could be around who it is addressing. Because even if we have, for instance, engagement with international organizations in the private sector, some are towards the climate finance providers, others are the private sector, others are to parties. So I was wondering if a more logical structure, more easy to read for the recipients of these documents, could be to work around so who it is addressing. So you could have first everything that's around parties, then about organizations, private sector, and then we also have some paragraphs reflecting to the work for the SCF to be done. So that I would propose more such a kind of structure than the current one, if that's agreeable. Then I have, well, some of my comments were already made by Matthias, which was on B and E. I wouldn't merge them, but I would at least put them more together. So to me, it still makes sense to have that distinction. I think that's important for the parties of the process. So I would keep B and then put E right below it. Talking about B, it's a very general saying, and I mean, knowing that we already have made a lot of progress on this, I would actually want to include some text there. But first, so my suggestion there would be to climate finance provided and mobilized through public interventions, just to be in line with the Paris Agreement language on that one, and have a comma taking into account progress made, recent developments, something along those lines. That I mean, because basically compared to the previous BRs, a lot of work has happened by organizations, by parties, a lot of efforts have been made, and that needs to be captured, that we should build on those things to enhance the transparency, consistency, and comparability of data. On this comparability of data or harmonization, I want to add one more paragraph, if that's okay, which is basically making sure that, I mean, we all acknowledge that the international organizations are taking a lot of effort in tracking and reporting on climate finance as well, but there is a need to have a bit more harmonization between those or within the international organizations as such. So I want to propose that, I mean, we are parties to the COP, but we are also, a lot of us are also parties to those different boards, so that we invite parties through their board memberships to encourage efforts towards methodological harmonization within international organizations. I can send that to Marengelen if that's helpful. It's basically to make sure that when, I mean, that's one of the conclusions. I've read half the BA by now. And that's, I mean, it basically comes down to the fact that there are a lot of methodological challenges, but that having a bit more harmonization between those organizations could very much help us forward. So that would be one of those paragraphs, but I will put that in writing for you. On F, I also had some questions around the purpose of this paragraph. So yes, I would also very welcome some further explanation, because I mean, to me, the assessment of the gaps and barriers is basically done by this BA. So I don't know what the SCF should further do, or is this a request to do this further in the next biennial assessment? So I mean, I have some questions around that one. And that's, I mean, yeah, I see a lot of deletion as well, but yeah, I wasn't very much present during the last breakout groups, and this will also be my only time I can be at this one, but yeah, look forward to hear other comments by parties. Thanks. And this is a breakout group, so observers can talk as well, or is it just the SCF members?
Let's get the SCF members first, and then usually I mean, Saini and I have sort of been using a very sort of open door policy that anyone with data or interesting sort sort of, and anyone who can add value to the discussion is most welcome to take the floor, and especially when it comes to sort of clarifying issues and especially clarifying ongoing work. I think that's extremely helpful. Okay, next I have Mo, followed by Peter. Mo, please.
Thank you so much, and apologies if my comments will be kind of long, because yesterday I didn't get the chance to engage on that. We were in the other room. First, like two general elements, I think we should reflect, or we have like one of these segments reflecting some of the findings. One of the findings is that the imbalance between adaptation and mitigation, we need to highlight that, and after that we request support providers, whoever they are, whatever format you want to write down, developed countries, others, and blah blah blah, whatever. I don't mind about the formulation, to continue. So we have a positive message to continue their efforts to ensure there is a balance between adaptation and mitigation, taking into consideration, of course, the needs of developing countries and those highlighted in the different reports. So this is one generic one, and then the second one is a question. I mean, if we are inviting all those entities in and out to enhance their information, can we also invite them to engage in the different forums, the forum that the SCF prepares, not as a champion of the forum, but I think it can be also one of the messages that we invite them to engage in the activities of the SCF, in particular the forum, because it is a venue to provide those views. So those are the two general ones. More specific, on, I think it's B and E, I'm lost now with all the strike-throughs, the ones where we encourage developing countries or developed countries to enhance their reporting. I think there's a process in the negotiations, and we should reflect the language of what has been agreed under the Paris Agreement. So if there is a decision, or within the Paris Agreement, there is a clear request, then we should request. If it's an encouragement, then we encourage. So we take the language, we follow the language set forward by the Paris Agreement. Then on, as I mentioned before, on the issues of under the subheading of ownership, needs, and impacts, I see like anything that relates to needs is strike through, which is something that I will not be able to support. I'm proposing two bullets there. One relates to the issue of country ownership, and it's a very positive one, and I will read it slowly and then I can send it to you. It welcomes the work done by the GCF as an operating entity of the financial mechanism in supporting country ownership through providing support for the preparation of the NAPs and country programs, and encourages other institutions and other support providers to also like in a message that says to also support the enhancement of country ownership following the leadership that the GCF has provided. I think the NAP approach in the GCF and the country programming are very good examples for enhancing the country ownership. So this is on country ownership, and if we have a heading that says ownership, we have to reflect something substantive on ownership. On the needs, again, my paragraph will be like requesting the SCF to continue to include in its future reports available data on the assessments or different assessments of needs to achieve then we have like the objectives of the convention and the needs of developing countries to achieve the targets and objectives of the convention, the Paris Agreement. So it's two elements that are positive, and they are requesting or encouraging, and I think it goes in line with what the SCF has already been doing, and I think it gives like a good indication that we are also like in line with what is being discussed in different places. I'm saying that because, as I said, there is a gap that we have witnessed through the discussions of the 1.5 degree report and other discussions on what is there to be taken forward in our planning and in our efforts to achieve the goals of the convention and the Paris Agreement. On 2.1, I will keep my comments in a later stage. I didn't see anybody commenting on that. I will keep the comments on later stage, but of course it will relate to the rest of the balance within this whole decision or this whole recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and same comment as for Vicky, that if you have sort of specific language or have already sort of drafting suggestions, please send them to Marenglen and the team as soon as possible, so that we can include that as we then go to the breakout group as soon as the plenary is over. Next, I have Peter, followed by Erin.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the revision and the discussion that we're having now. And good morning, everybody, of course. Yeah, I have one question. I see that the old A has been removed, and that there is a B now added. So the first one is request developing country parties to enhance tracking climate finance flows, and the other one is encourage developed country parties to continue to enhance transparency. And I think, as I said yesterday during our session, I think in the report there are clearly two gaps that come out, gaps in our knowledge. There are multiple, but I think two of them are important to highlight in the recommendations. And one is on the domestic finance flows, something that we don't know. We know that's a lot of it's going on. But it's a gap, and it comes clear out of the report. The other one is on south-south flows, which also there's some in it in this report, but it's very scattered, and I think a lot of is happening there, and those flows are also increasing. We have countries that have said that they will provide climate finance, but they're not reporting. So I think those two elements are really key. And now when I look at the onion diagram, you see that the information, it has a level of completeness. And I think now by adding B, we're adding a request to encourage to enhance reporting and transparency on issues where we already have very high completeness and high information. And we're deleting one where we have very low information. So I think somewhere in the recommendations, we need to have some recognition and asking for enhancing of domestic flows as well, because I think that will really close a gap in our knowledge. And I agree with Vicky when she said, I'm fine working also on transparency and consistency and comparability of data as a data provider from the Netherlands to work on that enhancing. I mean, if you would like to include a recommendation on that, I think it's okay. But I think the additions that Vicky provided and that recognizing that this is already ongoing, I think would be good to add as well. Then on E, I think this goes to the now the language is changed here, but for me, it was the original D, which was requesting developing country parties and parties providing climate finance on a voluntary basis to also enhance their reporting, goes to my other point, which is on the south-south flows. Now, by removing developing country parties and just changing it to parties, it becomes more general. I think it covers now everybody, which I think it's fine, but I'm not sure whether we should change it any further or I think as it is now, it could be acceptable. I think the notion of improving by everybody on their reporting, I think is good, and it's in there now. And then just to come back on what Mo said on something on recommending something on the GCF now, I read the report. It says a lot about the GCF, but not specifically, I think, on that it enhanced ownership. And I don't know whether we should single out GCF in some recommendation. I think that should go into GCF guidance or something. But I'm willing to look at it, but I have my doubts whether that should be in here. But I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Next, I have Erin, followed by Leah. Erin, please.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I think I've already heard quite a few of my points made already. Just to pick up on a few things, the comment on the structure and whether or not it could be organized by who the paragraphs are aimed at, so parties, private sector, work of the SCF, I think is a good idea for improving on the structure. Similar to the Netherlands comments on the revised A and B, I do agree that the meaning of those of that change, or the meaning of the original paragraph, has been lost. And I also agree that there is a gap in that information and that it is important to highlight. So whether or not that means that the new C goes to the top and applies to all parties in terms of reporting, I think could be considered. But at the very least, I think it's also important to recognize in A, as Vicky has said, taking into account the progress that has been made and the current transparent reporting that occurs. On D, so the SCF assessing gaps and barriers, I'm also interested to know what really the purpose of that is and what the SCF would be coming up with as a result in terms of recommendations. So clarification there by whoever made the addition would be appreciated. Going down into ownership needs and impacts, just on G, I'm not quite sure what is meant by strive for mutual reinforcement. I'm just not sure on the language there, and again, would appreciate clarification by the co-chairs or whoever made the comment on what is meant by mutual reinforcement. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Erin. Next I have Alia, followed by Randy.
Thank you, Co-Chair. My comment relates to the last section, and I think picking up on a couple of points that came up, well, one point particularly yesterday and then this morning, around what's been called the blockbuster IPCC report. So I think, this report came out and it showed what a difference half a degree makes. And right now, when you read the SCF Biennial Assessment, we're looking at 2 degrees. So all of the diagrams are in the context of a 2-degree world. So from the IPCC, we know the difference between 2 degrees and 1.5 degrees. We know that that difference is felt predominantly in many of the small island states in terms of, if you look at the oceans, if you look at the sea level rise impacts. So it would be nice to see in that final section, we'd like to see the SCF be asked to be consistent with the temperature, the 1.5 well below. Right now, we're not operating within that mandate. And I also think, just standing back, like the optics of the IPCC report coming out on the 6th of October, I think, earlier this month, and everybody picking it up, and for it to not be mentioned by the same forum where we're supposed to be working kind of in tandem, and also just be on the, showing the relevance and the consistency of what we're working here. So I think if we could mandate the SCF to be consistent with this, and also look at how the finance flows will differ, whether it's 2 degrees or 1 degrees, the implications for the climate finance flows for the 1 degree world. So that would be the recommendations we'd like to see in that final section. Thanks.
Thank you, Leah. Next, I have Randy, followed by Ismo. Randy, please.
Thank you, Uzi. And yep, I think on balance, this looks a lot more closer to, I think what we would consider to be a final set of summary and recommendations. So congratulations to you guys for the efforts that you all put in last night and taking into account the feedback that you received. A couple specific comments. In paragraph 9, there is one element that I raised yesterday after, I believe again it was the gentleman from AFD who had initially raised it, about that we're still lacking a truly comparative metric to what we call throughout this entire report mitigation finance. We have something that we say is, quote, adaptation finance, but it's really incremental adaptation cost, whereas, and that's often compared to the quote, mitigation finance, which is total capital cost. So the analog would be something like total investment in resilience or total amount of investment in resilient development. So I think that something to that effect could be added at the end of paragraph 9, because it really is a fundamental data gap. So we could say something like, in particular, information on the amount of total investment in resilience remains a significant data gap and limits comparative understanding of mitigation and adaptation finance flows. Let's see, moving on. It's pretty minor. One thing for paragraphs 13 and 14, for paragraph 13, the first sentence, I think we just have to be careful in the framing, or maybe add an additional sentence. And I'm still trying to think about what's the just most efficient, elegant way to do this. But just so we're clear, I mean, we have the biennial reporting guidelines, and there's a question of whether or not countries are submitting, Annex 2 parties are submitting information in accordance with those biennial reporting guidelines. And then there's a second separate question of whether or not the information that's reported via those channels in accordance with those guidelines is fit for our particular purpose here. But I feel like this sentence, and so maybe just a discussion with the author team to understand exactly what's meant by this might be helpful, because I do feel like the framing of this sentence is kind of conflating the two, and it's saying because the data wasn't fit for purpose for aggregation for this biennial assessment, it seems like it's implying that people are not reporting in accordance with the guidelines, even though the reporting in accordance with the guidelines might itself just not produce data that's fit for our purpose, and we just would need to be clear about that. Paragraph 14, I think it is an appropriate sentence to note that this information is not required, but just by itself, it's kind of a random fact. So I think there should be a second sentence that should just say, nevertheless, the provision of this information would be helpful in understanding the type of data that information reported or something. On paragraphs 18 and 19, I think it's important, if we are going to be recognizing the importance of ongoing efforts or anything, that we just recognize that those efforts are voluntary. Let's see what else. So I understand the table and the figures in there will be replaced by this, or okay, just make sure about that. So getting to the recommendations, so because of the previous comment that I made that I think we certainly need to be very clear about this, fundamental data gap and difference in metrics on adaptation versus mitigation. I don't think I'd be supportive of adding any kind of conclusion or finding or recommendation that speaks about an imbalance between mitigation and adaptation, because we really don't have the required data that would be necessary to even make that assessment. Else. I agree with some of the other comments that I think a kind of glaring gap here in the recommendations, especially when you take a look at what we're saying in a number of places throughout the actual technical report of where we have a big data gap. That there's a recommendation missing on the importance of getting better data on domestic climate finance. So I think that can be easily added. The original D on the request of the SCF to assess the gaps and barriers. Again, I think to some of the comments that I made the other day, at least in relation to reporting, this is something that's already done and would be infringing on the mandate given to, under the Cancun system, the expert review teams and the multilateral assessment, and then under the Paris agreement transparency system, infringing on the mandate, which is still to be defined, of the technical expert review teams and the FMCP. So I don't think that's an appropriate recommendation. And then in terms of the finance provided, that was never the mandate of the BA, and I certainly wouldn't support expanding the mandate of the BA in that direction. So I'm not sure I see any elements of the original D that I would be supportive of. With regards to the suggestion on welcoming the work done by the GCF, so I'm no GCF expert, so I don't know if that's true or that there's broad agreement on whatever that point was, but the fact that it's so specific to the GCF, it does sound to me like it's something that would be more appropriate for the guidance discussion and not the BA. And the second part of the sentence that encourages other institutions to take a similar approach, I think that that's inappropriate for recommendations in the context of the BA, or really in any context of anything coming out of the COP or the CMA, only because that's now speaking about, operational kind of really nuts and bolts decision-making processes and operations of independently governed financial institutions. So we have no mandate to ask them or request or invite them or encourage them to change how they work, which I think is particularly strange in the context of a recommendation of the BA, which most of them deal with data and information and the kind of direct results of the information that we have. On the suggestion of requesting the SCF to continue to include in its future reports assessments on needs to achieve targets and objectives of the Paris Agreement. Again, I think the BA was not, the mandate of the BA was never a needs assessment project, but there may be elements of that we can work with. I think in particular there's been past language on requesting countries to continue to clearly articulate their needs, and then for that information to be utilized to check on kind of alignment of the flows with needs. And I think that framing of needs is appropriate and is consistent with both this BA and previous BAs and our mandate, as we do in the third assessment chapter, where we check on alignment with needs. And then I was just not sure, there's the dots, and then there's the 3 paragraphs that come after that. What's meant by what is the distinction there?
Oh, that's the head. There's a heading missing that we couldn't come up with. So so that's the.
Okay. Well then
so that was homework for everyone to come up with their elegant heading.
Okay, I understand. Okay, and I guess then since these are things related to 21C. So that reminds me of one other comment. I think currently there's 2 separate discussions on 21C. There's a paragraph or 2 that talks about metrics and data, and then it comes back again, and there's another paragraph or 2 on 21C. Maybe there's a broader logic that we don't want to disrupt in how things are organized, but at least I think from a casual reader's perspective, it might be easier to read if those sections on 21C, at least prior to the recommendation sections, are kind of in a same area.
Okay, thank you. Now I have on the speakers list Ismo, Mo, Peter, Fiona, Toru, and then I'd like to, and Ivan. Then I'd like to close the lists because, I mean, just to remind colleagues that indeed we are going to have a lot of time on this in the breakout group to
be general reflections, not to be specific on each and every.
Yeah, that we'll have time in the breakout groups to really focus on on specifics. But again, bearing in mind that quite a few of the colleagues will be in the other room, so that's why it was very important to take this time here. Also on the structuring of the recommendations, I mean, I think Saini will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've at least in the previous rounds we actually tried to structure the recommendations so that who are they addressed to, because I thought people will only want to look at what's what is it that really concerns them, that whether it's parties, whether it's the institutions under the UNFCCC, and whether it's then the sort of the outside world, and maybe we might go back to that structure if that indeed is clearer. But okay, now continuing with the speakers list, Isma, please.
Thanks, Outi. In general, I think that we are making good progress, and we have good comments and findings, and I agree with most that has been said. I think it's really contributing nicely to our understanding. It's a bit difficult to follow the progress with all these theses and different versions, so I hope I'm now up to the speed. 3 short comments on the recommendations. One is on the MDPs and what we are suggesting them to do. I think at one stage we were discussing, or we had a language on how they should be developing standards or kind of like synchronized approach in their reporting systems. That seems to be now missing from the recommendations. I think it would be useful to have it there. I saw Steve from the bank who was here yesterday, but if there are other MDPs, I don't see him now, but if there are other MDPs, perhaps they might comment on how this is proceeding and what is concretely being done, so that we get the latest snapshot on that. On recommendation I, on this encouraging developing countries to take advantage of available resources, this is pretty much the SBI 4C agenda item, I think, at the COP, where we time and time over again basically find out that more or less 40% of the available funding through the CHEF is being used. There I think somebody mentioned that we have to check the language so that it is coherent with what is usually being discussed at the COP when we make that recommendation. And then on K, on 21C and SCF's role there. So this is a very important finding and the recommendation to follow. Just to comment from the EU perspective on this, because we are already working on at the European level on our proposals on sustainable finance. They are no longer only Commission proposals, but now there is a working group with the member states and so on and so forth. And we are focusing on 2 different elements internally. One is on the definitions on taxonomies, and the other one is on the fund management. So if we want to be inspired by what is already being proposed as a legal proposal in the EU, and we hope that it will be adopted when we discuss lending and investment decision-making process, so we should also put some language about fund management as part of this, because our experience certainly is suggesting that it's a core element of this process. Thanks.
Thank you, Isma. Next I have Mo, followed by Peter. Mo, please.
Thank you so much. I don't know if we'll go in the debate now on commenting on each other or saying is acceptable or not acceptable or appropriate or inappropriate. I mean, for me in my culture, the word inappropriate is very bad, but I will take it in a different way here. Doesn't mean that what I'm saying is inappropriate, but what I'm saying is coming from the report itself, which talks about the alignment of the finance of the developing countries' needs, and it has to be there. And I'm very clear on that. On the second point, I saw several colleagues commenting on praising the GCF. I'm fine. Don't want to praise it. I don't want to praise it. That's fine. Let's talk in general form. That's fine. But the general form says that country ownership is an important element, and we have a subheading that talks about it. Then let's have a subheading that talks about it. But our point of view as Africa and colleagues here is that we saw a success story. We are saying that this could be repeated everywhere or somewhere. I see in the most of the bullets there we are requesting institutions and private sector, and when it comes to requesting them or encouraging them to look at a success story, then it's not accepted. It's a different approach here. I mean, we have to have a coherent approach. If we are requesting or encouraging or urging or pleading or doing whatever to all the institutions, then we can do it across the board or to all the issues. Or we don't do it at all. I mean, and that was one of the questions that I had yesterday. Are we going to do it or not? But if we apply it on one thing, then we apply it across the board. Third point, we need to be in line with what we have agreed on in Paris Agreement, and in the sense of encouraging or requesting or so on and so forth for parties in the reporting process. Some parties are encouraged, other parties are requested. So we should not mix them together in one request. I mean, it's very clear, it is very clear request in the Paris Agreement, and SCF we should not be overstepping and changing what we have agreed to just a couple of years ago. We know that it can be changed across, like in the near future, but for the time being, we have to respect what is there. Final point on a real fact that there is, I mean, the balance between adaptation and mitigation is not there. We have to reflect it as a general comment. I'm not saying that we have to request countries to put 50-50. I'm just saying that we saw it from the report. We have to highlight it there, and we say that it is there. Countries or providers or whoever providing support, you should consider that in whatever decisions you're taking. Consider or take into consideration or note or whatever. We can work on the language, but it is a fact that we have to reflect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. Next, I have Peter, followed by Fiona. Peter, please.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to come back. I was triggered by Randy's comment on D, which I think in mine is the former E and now F. But anyway, it's the one that says request the SCF to assess the gaps and barriers. And I think after rereading it, yes, as it is now, I don't think this is a good recommendation. But I think the original one had a very, very different nature as well, because this goes again to the point, to the question, why do we know so little about the south-south flows? And the original recommendation, which I liked in the way that it was formulated, requested the SCF to assess gaps and barriers on that specific issue. So it's reporting by developing country parties and climate finance provided by by parties providing climate finance on a voluntary basis, with a view to enhance reporting of climate finance provided. So that is now completely changed. So I would argue that we should go back to the previous one and have the SCF look into those. So what is holding countries back in reporting on their pledges that they've made? Why is it's not happening? So that would be my request or suggestion for that one.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Next I have Fiona, followed by Toru. Fiona, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'll be brief. Most of my points have been covered already, but I just wanted to highlight two in particular. The first one is on structure, and I'd agree with relooking at the structure of the recommendations. Just from a practical sense, someone who's not familiar with this language, someone working for a multilateral development bank or some sort of other international institution, can just look through and very clearly pick out which points relate to them. That's just a practical suggestion. And secondly, just going back and building on what's been said in regards to the gaps on in the recommendations. You know, I think one of the main value adds of this report as a whole is not just an evidence-based report of climate finance flows globally, but also highlighting where the gaps are. So I think it's really quite important that the recommendations do reflect the biggest gaps that we have. So in that onion diagram, the bits that are the lighter shades rather than the darker shades, so that should be reflected. So I would support what's being said and rework point recommendation D. And the third very quick point is more of a practical point about how we just best use the very limited time that we have now. Just looking at the agenda, I notice we've got 2 breakout group sessions, but both of them, the one between the coffee break and lunch and one between lunch and afternoon coffee break, is one on each on the guidance and also the BA. Would it make sense to, and this is just a suggestion, to just have a combined breakout group, one for each topic, so that everyone is in the same room and we're not duplicating discussions and then having to come back and revisit things because certain people weren't in the room? Like, would it make sense perhaps just to, for the first breakout group, just to focus on the BA, and then so we're all together, and then for the second one to focus on the guidance? It's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thanks, Fiona. We'll look into whatever we think is the best way of making forward, and sometimes, you know, the guidance people like their aquarium or rabbit hole or whatever you call it up there, that they just want to go there anyway. But we'll look into what's the best way of getting progress here. So now I have Toru followed by Ivan. Toru, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just tried to make one specific comment on like a reference to engagement with the private sector. I welcome like a streamline text in the new paragraph E and F, but I think that maybe we can make a more stronger wording as concerning that we are still lacking like accurate data on the private finance. So I may come up with a suggestion later, but we can ask or we can request this institution to prepare the more accurate or specific data on the private finance, something like that.
Thank you. Last speaker on the list is Ivan, and then perhaps I'll ask Steini just to provide some reflections on where we go from here. So, Ivan, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. First, just a form correction. I think that in ownership bullet point N, Article 2, paragraph 1C is not a long-term goal. It's something. It's just a goal of the Paris Agreement. The long-term goal usually refers to the 2 degrees of the of A. And just well, another small correction is that in bullet point G. I think it's a better formulation of the paragraph. I would remove forest financing, or instead of forest financing, I would just call forests, like the rest of the examples there, and not put them as a list, but as just examples. The inter alia was removed for some reason. And at the ending of the paragraph, it says again sectors. I think that the whole purpose of the rewriting was to remove the idea that it was referring to sectors. And on a more deep reflection, I think that something that the mandate states is that we need to be able to provide tools for the necessary tracking of global progress, right? And one of the things that I think we should strive to provide is a more clearer way of portraying trends. If we see the graphs, again, they are good graphs, but they show a snapshot of what these report show us. And I think that if we look at paragraph 35, maybe it would be a good idea to start to provide graphs on trends, because it's something that is going to help us track that global progress. What do I mean with that? I would like to be able to compare this onion with previous onions. That's something that will be really helpful in order to start doing that, because it's something that I'm sure the COP is going to be demanding from this committee in the future. Well, I have other comments, but I'm going to leave them for the breakout group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan, and also we'll take the comments from the observers, when we get to the breakout group. I think just in the interest of time, I'll now just give the floor to Saini to reflect on what he's heard, and then I'll hand over the
Thank you, Uti,
sharing to.
and thank you, colleagues. I think we've started the process of not just streamlining, but hopefully do a better job at structuring the recommendation and the recommendation section. And after the different comments, and I think there's still a request for better structuring the recommendation. So, and I was I'm thinking out loud, and then we'll see how we can. There's the way the recommendation is structured now is that you have about 4 sections in in that. You have a first one which relates to issues around MRV methodologies, then international organization and private sector ownership, and then let's call it 2.1c for a lack of a better term. And when you think about the report itself, this is not the structure of the report. The structure of the report is methodologies, overview, assessment. And you have basically, 3 type of providers of information. The providers of climate finance, the recipient of climate finance, and international organization. So I'm wondering if we shouldn't actually try to do a better job in terms of the recommendation reflecting the structure of the BA itself per the different type of actors which are involved. So I'll maybe work on a little matrix, but I think so. That's the first point. The second is we think I think it's important, but the recommendation is crisp, and that every recommendation is really doesn't contradict anything which is happening. Or takes into account existing work. So, for instance, when we say that the SCF, when we request the SCF to assess gap and barriers on reporting climate finance, actually there's an annex. There are at least 2 annexes which deals with that already in the third order draft, where we have listed, we've sort of listed, by the 33 developing countries who have provided financial information on their BUR. So you have that annex, and then we have an annex of 4 countries, 4 case studies, primarily around Southeast Asia and Colombia. So we already, that's what I said. Should we ask for requests on things that we can do and we don't need a request because we've already done them? So I think we should go back again to some of to each of the recommendation and really make sure that every recommendation stands on its own and can actually pass a number of tests so that they really add value. But I'm for, if the recommendation can stand on 1 page, better be short but concise rather than, but we've done a better, we came from 21 to 11. If at the end of the day we have 11 or 7, but each one is, pass the test, I'll be fine. But thanks for the comments, and I think that's my overall comment is, having gone through all the BA we've made, we've come a long way. We pretty much come from line by line, para by para engagement. It's not a negotiation, to now trusting ourselves and actually, getting to the nitty-gritty. So we'll get there by the end of the day, hopefully, inshallah.
Thank you, Sani. I think it also sort of shows the extent of capacity building within the committee, including the co-facilitators that's kind of taking place. Okay, thank you very much. I know we've taken longer than perhaps we sort of initially anticipated, but I think it was very important to have this discussion in the plenary. So I'll now hand over to Ayman, and we'll then tackle the guidance. Ayman, over to you.
Thank you very much, Oti. We wish now to go to the next agenda item, and that is the draft guidance to the operating entities. And we would like to have a very quick reflections at the plenary. Please make them high level, because we're going to have a breakout group, so more elaborate, more detailed kind of reaction to the draft guidance can be done there. But here, just an overall, please, reflections we would expect from you, especially if you're not able to attend yesterday the breakout group. So with that, I would like to hear if there is any update from Vicky and Leah. Any update on where we stand on the draft guidance? Vicky, please.
Yes, of course. We're just trying to get the final, most recent updates. That's why we took a while. I tell you what I said during the short stock take this morning. We have now received comments by all parties, or all members and observers on the JEF issue, but we still haven't seen the ones on the GCF. It's coming, I'm hearing. But what we already did in the meantime, Lee and I, together with the Secretariat, is go through the GCF guidance to see where we actually would see some options for merging, or where we can distinct that this has been part of the previous guidance. So if you agree, we would actually go through this list so people already have a bit of an overview of how we would approach the draft guidance on that part. So I don't know if we can put the draft guidance to the GCF on the screen.
Did we receive input from the GCF yet? Is Raj in the room? Is the GCF in the room? Hi. Do you have the latest? I understand the compendium decision was circulated to the board members, but it's a draft one, not the final one. Would that be a good material for you to use? I know it's not public, but we're racing against time, really. And this is our last meeting before the CUP. Anything you can tell us, Mark?
We're obviously happy to provide text if the SCF would like to see relevant text. I know that Vicky and Leah were asked for specifically text on 4 different decisions related to replenishment ED, trustee, and I'm blanking on the other one. I know that right now we have a call with the co-chairs teams, the advisors, and we're asking for clearance on that. I don't know if SCF/GCF board members would like to also agree to clearance, but we're in your hands on that. Thanks.
I'm okay if you want to use that. And we have the co-chair here for developing contingencies. He's okay, perhaps also Paul, to use the unofficial, perhaps, decisions we have, but that's fine. All right.
Okay, no, thank you, because it would be helpful to have those draft decisions, but I'm not a GCF board member, so I can't do anything about it, but thanks that we have your support on it. So in the meantime, the text is on the screen, and the Secretariat is providing you with paper copies as well. So I will just go through the list of things, but if I go too fast, feel free to ask questions after I finish. So the first one, I mean, the standard paragraphs are standard, so we don't have any suggestions there, but the first suggestion is on 2D and E. So if we could scroll down to 2D and E. There we do think that there is a bit of a merging option between those 2 paragraphs. So we look forward to get some views from during the breakout group on that issue proposal to merge those paragraphs. Then paragraph 4 is something that we saw as something that is already taken on board in previous guidance. So we would it's so it's about the review criteria, and there in decision 9 CP23 paragraph 10, it also encourages the board to continue improving the process to review and to prove readiness and preparatory support requests, including requests for support to prepare national adaptation plans and voluntary adaptation planning processes. So we thought that this would be interesting for you to know. We have it on the screen as well, that is a duplication or already taken on board in previous guidance. Then on paragraph 7, there is there are 5 different paragraphs dealing with policy gaps. So our proposal there is that we actually have paragraph 7 as kind of a head paragraph and have 8, 9, 10, and 13 in there, like A, B, C, and D, so that we have one paragraph on the different policy gaps, so that it's more of a restructuring the text than proposal of changes and so on. On paragraph 11, I have to go. We were wondering if the GCF Secretariat, and while we continue, we will have several questions to the GCF Secretariat, so perhaps it would be good to also do that all at once at the end of my intervention. If this is actually something that is already taken on board with the performance review as recently decided at B21. So that's a question if this paragraph is still relevant in its current form, or if it needs changes, or is it something that needs to be done. So that's an open question to the Secretariat. Also 12, we thought that it needs to be updated after the recent GCF board meeting. So that's another thing to be looked at. Like I said, paragraph 13, we would move to be jointly taken care of as one of those policy gaps that we want to address. 15, it's more of a fact check if it's truly 3% or if it's a different percent. So that needs to be checked. I hope we can also count on the GCF Secretary to have a look at that one. And the same for 60, we also were looking if we can have a bit more information of the GCF Secretariat about the micro projects and where they stand at this point. I think that would be helpful for the board members to get some understanding. Thank you. Paragraph 19 is something that we identified as having been dealt with in also decision 9 CP23 paragraph 3. So that would also be part of previous guidance already given. So again, we question if it's then something that perhaps could be, if it really needs to be taken on board again. Then we go to paragraph 21. We did our homework, as you can see, which is actually already taken care of, according to us, in paragraph 2K. So we were wondering if it's necessary to include it here again. And paragraph 22, also again, taken into account the recent board meeting, might also need to be updated or might not be as relevant anymore than before the meeting. 24 and 25, which is about the decision-making without reaching consensus. We do see some opportunities to merge those paragraphs. But yeah, we leave it to the members to see if that's a possibility. But yeah, we think it could be helpful. And then, and I hope I'm not forgetting, on 26 and paragraph 26 and 29, just for your understanding that we will make sure that the reference to the relevant board decision and the relevant decision on, for 29, it's the decision on the linkages between the financial mechanism and the technology mechanism. Those will be included in a footnote. And in paragraph 27, we also were wondering to get a bit more information by the Secretariat of the GCF to see what we can, I mean, how relevant this could be or some background information. Did I capture everything, Leah, or did I? No. Okay, so I hope I didn't go too quick, but yeah, if you have questions, or we can give the floor to GCF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicky and Leah. Well done. I think we are in business. I think we just can get down to the substance and try to, firm it up a bit, and then we'll have a guidance, hopefully, that is fully agreed before it's forwarded to the COP. I'll take a round of reflections, and then we'll go into the breakout group. Paul, please, you have the floor.
I will be brief, very skillful and professional. I think that's right on. Right on.
Thank you very much for that. Dr. Omar?
Thank you, Ayman. Good morning, colleagues. We're just finalizing, I think Mohammed sent it to Vicky, our addition to our contribution to the guidance for the GCF. And some of the paragraphs that Vicky was mentioning have already been taken care of by the board actually in B21. And that paragraph 13, for example, that about the anti-money laundering, we have the policy already in place. And so, thank you.
Indeed, Dr. Omar, I was going to say that perhaps Vicky and Leah, we want to vet all the paragraphs against decisions that were taken. And as Dr. Omar, paragraph 13 is already done with actually, and we agreed on the policy with it. Mr. Paul, please. Thank you. Erin, please. Please.
Thank you. Thanks for the review of the new document. I think it's heading in the right direction, and I like that there may be some consolidation under the policies section, in particular to point out policy gaps. And if that's the case, then we would also appreciate noting or encouraging the adoption of an updated gender policy as part of the GCF. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any other intervention? Well, thank you very much. I think we're ready to go to the breakout groups. We're going to have the parallel now breakout groups. Unless there are any further, Leah, please.
Thank you. So a brief update on the draft guidance for the GEF. Is that okay? We're actually not ready to put the kind of text forward yet because we are doing our own internal analysis of the most recent submission this morning. So we'd appreciate a little more time to go over that, and then we'll be able to work on it in the breakout group. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It will follow the same approach for colleagues, so the same approach that we've taken for the GCF.
Very good. Thank you very much. Well, with that, Sani, please.
Yes, I wonder as well if during the break we in the BA shouldn't try to update or revise so that we come up with a new draft when we go into the breakout.
Sani, you took for granted that you're going to have a coffee break. We're not going to have a coffee break. We're going to work continuously.
No, I mean coffee break.
Unless you're asking for it.
No, I'm not asking
Are you
for a
objecting
coffee
to that?
break. I'm just saying that we it might be useful if we revise the recommendation based on the comments we receive, right? Unless the secretariat has done that concomitantly too. But we'll need some time to, so that when we start the breakout, we have a new text. Because hopefully we've heard everyone, and we should reflect that in a revised text.
I agree with
But if that text is ready, I'm happy to just go straight into the, addressing that text. It's not a question. I think, yes, as Omar said, we need a break.
Yes. Colleagues will, under a strong demand from Dr. Omar and Saini for 15-minute break, we'll have to have a coffee break then. After that, we will resume our breakout groups. We will have the guidance to the operating entities convening in this room here, and the Biennial Assessment convening in the, not the fish room, the fish board room, the board fish, the aquarium, isn't it? Is it the aquarium? At the aquarium. So we're going to have the draft guidance here, and we'll have the Biennial Assessment at the aquarium. And that should take us all the way until lunchtime. And then we break for lunch at 12:45, and we will resume at 1:45. Again, going back to the breakout groups, but then we swap. We bring the Biennial Assessment here, and we take the guidance to the aquarium, so that we need to change the scene, we need to change the ambience and the atmosphere.
We don't want to go in circle. We want to stay. We don't want to go in a ball or an aquarium. We want to stay and move forward.
The real challenge we have is really webcasting, and we want to, we owe it to our audience on webcast that they need to see parts of the different agenda item discussions. So that's why we're exchanging rooms. With that, we'll see you, perhaps we'll see you until tomorrow. Huh? We'll see you, actually, why don't we come back here after lunch for plenary? Or you want to go straight for, because we're going to, a slight change to the schedule of the day here. After lunch, my fellow co-chair and I think we're suggesting to you here that we would come back here right after lunch at 1:45 to discuss the agenda item on the report of the Standing Committee on Finance to the Conference of the Parties, our report to the CUP, and then you would go back again to the breakout groups, and that should take us to the end of the day. So this is the slight change we'll have. So right after lunch, we'll come back here to the plenary to discuss the report to the CUP. Matthias, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just if I may just reiterate the suggestion made by our Australian colleague, if we can actually keep the two sessions so that we all could participate and maybe not split it up. Of course, we're in your able hands as to how to make this most efficiently, but since many of us are just one, it would be easier if we maybe could keep the discussions together and have it.
Randy.
I just had a quick question about the webcasting, because our normal procedure is that regardless of whether we're meeting in plenary or a breakout groups, or excuse me, no, regardless of whether or not a breakout group occurs in one room or two, I think we've typically only had webcasting for the plenary sessions and then allowed informal, non-webcasted discussions to occur when we have breakout groups. So I think that that's the practice that we should continue to follow here.
Well, I'm familiar with different practice that whoever stays here get webcasted, actually, even if the breakout groups, really. It's just the benefit of this room that whoever is having a breakout here, breakout group in this room, it gets on webcast. But there is another suggestion. There is a suggestion that we do the breakout groups back to back, not parallel. There are delegations that are unable to be in two rooms at the same time. And I see Saini nodding that I think we've made such a good progress in the biennial assessment that perhaps we don't need to go in parallel sessions. Oti, you think?
I think, I mean, certainly for the BA, I mean, we had a very good substantive discussion which also included then, suggestions to restructure the recommendations and also to take on board some of the inputs that came up. I think Saini and I would actually be quite happy to have some time just to do that work, so that you'd have a new version, and from now on we would not be showing you track changes. We'll only be giving you clean text because no one can follow these track changes when the numbering changes and so on.
Sure.
So that would then mean that we would not be working in parallel, at least for the first part of the afternoon. But that would then mean that the BA gang would perhaps need to stay a bit longer today.
Yeah, you can stay until 9 o'clock in the evening if you wish. Yes, by all means, you can do that. The BA people will stay until 9 o'clock this evening to finish. So then we'll do this back to back. Leah and Vicky will start with you here on the draft guidance, and then we will follow with the BA when the BA is ready. Not the British Airways, it's the biennial assessment. Right after that, and hopefully we will have a clean text by the end of the day for the biennial assessment. Yeah. All right. So enjoy your break, please, and we'll reconvene after 15 minutes here for the breakout group on the biennial assessment. Erin, please.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I think it's a good mode of work. I'm just hoping for additional clarification on the procedure that's typically taken with the breakup groups that Randy has raised in terms of webcasting. Is there someone who can provide clarification in terms of the rules and procedures that's usually used under the SCF? Is it typical to always webcast breakout groups, or is that just done for the plenary? Thanks.
Well, yes, for my limited experience since inception of the Standing Committee on Finance, we always webcast whatever happening in this main plenary here, if it's a plenary or a breakout group. And again, let's not forget that this is an open, transparent, inclusive process, and we really want to be as transparent as possible. It has always, as for my limited experience, has always been the case that whoever stays in the main room is webcast for the whatever breakout group that is here, who has the advantage of being in this plenary room. But Randy, please.
Just a clarification on that, because I think it was the intent, or I think, we did decide, and it is normal practice, that plenary sessions are webcast precisely because it's so important to have an open and transparent forum. It's also why we have observers, and observers are allowed to actively participate in now both plenary and our breakout sessions. And we've even increased stakeholder engagement with the additional functionality of the webcasting, but that breakout groups were never intended to be webcasted, and I think that there's value in that, in having a space for informal discussion. We're floating language options. I do think, though, you are correct that I think almost by accident we've often, especially increasingly recently, not turned off the webcasting for this room. I don't know if it sits on here while we're out at lunch as well, but I think that's different and was not intentional. So just think we should follow our standard practice.
Oti, please.
Okay, yeah, maybe just also. I think it's varied a bit depending on the topic. I think on the biennial assessment, just because we actually rely so much on the on the people who are, you know, the other stakeholders and so on. So we have sort of intentionally actually webcasted a lot sort of on even the BA breakout groups, and this is actually maybe something that I think Ayman and I have forgotten is that I think at the beginning of each session and plenary, we should always ask you that, is it okay to be on webcast, or should it be turned off? And I think now, since we will be having we will be sitting here, but it's going to be technically a breakout group on the guidance and so on. So I think we'll be consulting you sort of bilaterally, because it's once you are in the plenary and you ask that, who objects to this being webcast, it puts people at a fairly unfair situation. So we'll be consulting over the coffee break and then sort of see what we do with that. So,
Saini, please.
I guess we're not going to have a breakout group because everybody's going to be in the room, so it's a plenary. I thought that what constituted the breakout was that you were breaking out the groups, but if we're all going to be in a room, so it's not a breakout anymore. No? Or, okay, that's the first point. So you'll clarify that for me. The second clarification, I was never under the impression that when we move into a breakout, we turn off the camera. So, I mean, that idea that when we go out in a breakout group, now we're getting into some type of informality. So, that means turning off the camera. I actually didn't even know when cameras are on or off. I mean, I was never mindful of that. So if we're now having a conversation on that, maybe I need to start thinking about when and how and why. And so,
well, thank you.
What are we going to do?
It is going.
This is my question now. What are we doing? On, off, why?
Thank you, Saini. It is going to be a breakout group because it will be run by the co-facilitators. So in that context, it is. Now, as I said, historically, practically, it has always been broadcast when we are in plenary. Unless those who are objecting to webcast can tell us why they don't want to have the breakout group in webcast. We have to justify, because the default, we are transparent, open. Even if we can whisper in the corridor, that should be public. Because I don't understand, if we have the facilities, we have the people, we have the resources, and hundreds of people out there waiting to hear and listen to us, we're going to give it to them. We really want to give it to them, that they need to listen to us, since we have the facilities. It is a fundamental issue as far as I am concerned. If we have it, and we are in the same room, and we have webcast, I can't agree not to webcast the breakout group, because it has always been. I was not sure, but it has always been. If that is not the case, then we will not have the breakout group until we settle this issue out. I am speaking as a member of the committee now, not as a co-chair, because I really want to make sure that we continue exercising our transparency. And even at the GCF, it's only the executive sessions that are not webcast, but everything else is webcast. And we here, the Standing Committee on Finance, we established the good practice of webcasting, and the GCF followed us. Now the GCF is webcasting all deliberations except the executive sessions, which is a modality that can be invoked by a request from a board member to go into executive session. That different discussions. But for the SCF, we really want to continue the good practice of webcasting. And if you have a strong objection, please raise your objection that you don't want to have a webcast of the breakout group while we have the facilities and the resources and people are waiting to listen to us, so that we deal with the objection. Evan, please.
Thank you, Ayman. I would like to provide even more support for the fact that we should be broadcasting any breakout groups, because as you remember in the last session, we were talking about ways of enhancing participation. The fact that we now have Skype for that is a great improvement. And in the future, we would like to even have the possibility of having, for example, in my case, somebody following a breakout group while I am in the other room, so I can go back and forth in order to do my job better. I think that that's something that has been helpful in the past, and I hope in the future we are able to provide webcasting for all breakout sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evan. Thanks for the information. Saini.
I actually think that what Ivan said is quite relevant. I mean, some of us are just one. We don't have, no, we don't have, yeah. And, you know, I sometimes want to be in another room, but I can't. And I've, you know, sort of become an expert of whatever group I am in, and I have a lot of things to say in that other room. So actually that can sort of help colleagues
Indeed.
back home to help me.
That's
I
the
think
intent.
that was actually a good point. But
Yes, that's the intent, that you always get support from those who are watching to feed into you their technical input. And we just agreed that we do not even want to go in parallel sessions because some members who are here are only individual members. They cannot be in two rooms. So we were inclined to just go back to back instead of parallel sessions. Vicky and then Randy.
Thank you. On this particular issue, I don't have any objections to the webcasting of this breakout group, but I do hear in some interventions, some changes to our rules. I'm only having a trouble finding the paper again, but I remember reading somewhere that if SCF members wish to do so, that it could help, that observers or webcast is no more on the table. And I don't think it is that we need to justify why or so on. So I do want to make a distinction there. And second distinction is that we should, at this point, we can't decide to have always everything broadcasted as such. I think we have to keep to the current rule that we have. I mean, although I can't find it on paper right now, that we have to do it. But like I said, this time I'm fine with having the breakout group broadcasters, just to let you know, Joss is listening.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Randy, come back to you. Randy, please.
Yep, thanks. Just to reiterate again, it is my understanding that the normal practice is for plenaries to be webcasted and for breakout groups not to be webcasted. I think, as I said before, the fact that what's happening in the plenary room has been webcast has been more of an accident than a intentional decision that was taken by the committee. And I don't support changing the normal procedure.
Well, thank you very much. I beg to differ from your opinion. We had no decision on what to webcast, not to webcast. Webcast is running throughout the session, be it plenary or breakout group, and we don't have agreement around that. So I need to hear an objection to webcasting, because for the webcast to stop, I'd like to hear a clear objection to that. Saini, please. Saini. Yes, Randy.
That was for the second time an objection, but just to use the word, I think I'd object to us switching how we've normally done things.
Thank you for the objection. We need to suspend the session until we find a solution to this objection. But we cannot continue on this basis. We don't have an agreement, and we will not proceed until we find a solution to this objection. Saini.
As I said, it's actually just when Ivan said something, when he said that the webcast actually allows some of us having, for instance, party observers to be observing. And we have until now acted in a way that when we are in breakout, whether you are a committee member, a party observer, or an observer with no party, you engage freely. So if we're going to have a situation where non-committee members will be able to engage in breakout groups, that is going to put at a disadvantage those who don't have party observers. As I said, until now, we've been very flexible in the way committee members, party observers engage. And some of us are having comments from, we're not in the other room. So if we break out and you're not going to have webcast, then I guess only the committee members are going to engage. So I mean, if we're going to have a very serious conversation on now rules of procedures, it's going to be a very serious conversation. And up until now, I think we've been very flexible in the way everybody who has at least made the effort to come to Bonn engage in the work of the SCF.
OT, please.
Maybe just trying to, I mean, I think this is, I think we're getting into a broader issue that perhaps sort of goes beyond this meeting, and perhaps we could get Lando or someone who's been sort of supporting the SCF from the very start, just to repeat on what's been the agreed or sort of agreed / established practice on the webcasting of the SCF meetings. And I do think that there's been a difference on whether it's been a plenary or a breakout group. And I can recall a number of occasions. I think they've been relating at least to the I mean, not to the discussions on the BA, which have always been webcast, because we've always sort of thought that that's an area where we actually want to get that kind of input from the broader community. But I think I can recall at least a couple of occasions where we've had discussions on the forum, for example, in a breakout group format, and it's been in the big room, the plenary room, and a SCF member, when I think Saini and myself were co-chairing, had requested for a specific session not to be webcast, and then that's been turned off. I mean, I think recently we've become quite relaxed about it, in terms of that we've just forgotten to ask, remind colleagues that unless they request, unless they otherwise state, even the breakout groups are being webcast. And if indeed now there is, from what I'm hearing, that there's now a, obviously, world has changed in the past whatever 6 or 7 years that the SCF since the SCF was established, and if there is indeed this sort of heightened increased expectation on transparency, then that's again I guess a decision that the SCF would need to take. I'm just wondering, I'm not sure that's the decision that the SCF or how much time we want to spend on deliberating on this, but just on the annotated agenda that everyone received on the organization of the work of the meeting, in paragraph 5, it does state that the SCF may decide at any time that the meeting or part thereof should be closed to observers and the webcast should be interrupted. So to my recollection, we've never ever closed the meeting for observers. I mean, we've always valued the observers who are in the room and really want to interact with them, but we have on a number of occasions interrupted the webcast when a member of the SCF has so requested. I mean, that's been the established practice. But I don't know if Lando wants to.
Yeah, let me give the floor to Aaron first, and then Paul, and then I'll go to Paul, please.
I would like to look at this from the content point of view. I can't think of anything here that shouldn't be in the public domain. I can't think of anything here that we discussed that isn't already in the public domain for people who move in these climate finance circles. So I don't see what the big deal is about in terms of webcasting. It's something that leads to our transparent discussions, and if someone wants to launch an audacious idea, then back it up with
Thank you very much.
Making it public. So I don't see any problem in this.
Thank you. Aaron, please.
Thank you. Thanks for all the comments. I just understand what Uti has said, that the practice has been to maintain the open meeting, but if a country or committee member would like the webcast to be not happening, that is their right to request that. So I think we should maintain that practice on behalf of ourselves. We're happy to continue with webcasting, but we also think it's important to recognize the rules and procedures and that we respect the right of any committee member to do that. And just to speak to a few things mentioned, I understand we've now solved the problem of being in multiple breakout groups and only being one person. That's an issue that I also face, and I understand we will not have concurrent breakout groups now, that we will just have one breakout group ongoing in this room. So I think that resolves those issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Saini.
No, no. No, this doesn't resolve. I think we have an issue. I just want to understand. I think I need to understand. Why we would need to actually not broadcast. I understand, for instance, the rationale in a financial organization where where funding, some very sensitive issues are made. I just want to understand. I think I'll have a difficulty, not just at this time, but that any country can say, well, no, let's not broadcast. I want to understand we are a committee, and hopefully we can continue to function as a committee.
Thank you. Randy.
Yep. I think just to help explain the rationale, it really is to preserve what I think is a very valuable and necessary space for informal discussions. And informal discussions are not, at least in my world, are not usually broadcast over the internet. We still all very much, I think, value the importance of transparency in our decision-making processes, which is exactly why we have, webcasting in the plenary, and I certainly encourage that to continue. We're not cutting anyone out of those conversations. That's really not the intent behind it. I think when we get back into, I think we've usually handled this in a pretty balanced way by when we get back into the plenary, the co-facilitators of that breakout group give a very transparent, readout or stock take of what took place in the breakout group. And then we continue discussions of any remaining issues in plenary, which is webcast. And so I think that is the appropriate balance that on the one hand recognizes the importance and value and necessity of informal conversations that are not broadcast over the internet, while also on the other hand, preserving the balance and the importance of transparency in the SCF's work in decision making. Thank you.
Saini.
I for one didn't think that because we were in a breakout group that we were having informal conversation. So maybe that was, my understanding was that whether, depending on the format of the conversation is the same. And I don't even know if I'm sitting here representing a constituency or sitting here representing myself, but in any case, because I've been appointed by, we can have, for me, the best place to have informal conversation is around a coffee or when I go and have a personal conversation or a conversation. But when I talk here, whether it's a breakout group or it's the plenary, it's not, that doesn't change the format. So I think I'm having a difficulty with that. And maybe we can take care of that in a very informal conversation. And that's not a breakout to me. And, so maybe it's time to have coffee. And that's an informal conversation. But to me, a breakout is not. I thought actually that we went into a breakout for efficiency because we have only so much hour to deal with and so much to cover. So we break out so we can get the work done. But at least my understanding is that breakout is not getting into informal mode. It's just for efficiency's sake that we, and we trust each other. So
thank you very much, Saini.
I need a really informal conversation, I think.
Thank you very much. Before I give the floor to Orlando to ask him about the practice, I, for one, have been in this committee for a long time, and I have seen, unlike what you think, that it hasn't been the practice. It has been the practice. Maybe you didn't know, but it has been the practice that whoever sits in the plenary room as a breakout group is under webcast. It has been for many times. Now, if we are asking to departure from the common practice, this is a new request. A new request needs to be very well justified. Justification on the basis of the confidentiality of the information, one, or justification that I do not want people to hear and see what I'm saying. I want to conceal behind the closed room and not let the international community listen to me and see how I deliberate, and then they only see what comes to the plenary as a finished product. But all the legwork that is done in a concealed behind doors fashion that's only who are physically here can see and hear. This is not the way we do business. We're open, transparent, and we go to the public because we are accountable to our constituencies to tell them, go to the webcast and hear and listen what we said in a specific agenda item. This is the accountability we have. Of course, the old discussions and the justifications we had many years ago is that because of our inability to bring our observers, look at the room now. Can the observers from Annex 1 countries and observers from non-Annex 1 countries? Tell me how many do we have in the room? That's exactly the reason we felt the need for our constituencies and advisors to listen to the webcast when we are in breakout so that they can advise us, because they cannot be here. The picture is skewed if we limit it to the physical presence. Again, look at the observers in the room and see how many do we have from Annex 1 and how many do we have from non-Annex 1. It was the initial justification for us to insist to have a webcast. It's an issue that has to do with, again, do we want to be transparent? Do we want to be open? Do we want to be inclusive? Do we want to let the world know what we are doing? Because we're dealing with things that touch their lives. Or we say, no, the information, the substance is really confidential. That I can buy. That I can buy. That this is a confidential substantive information that cannot be disclosed to the public. This is something the GCF does, but not in the Standing Committee in Finance here, where we deal with everything in public domain. Or I reserve my right as a member of the SCF to object and say, no, I do not want to be in public deliberating, sharing my national position in public, and I object to webcasting, shut down webcast. Well, this is the right, perhaps, of a member of the committee, but then we need to sit down and discuss it. We need to sit down and discuss that. So if it's really the pure prerogative of a member based on his national circumstances wants to object to webcasting, it's your right, but let's sit down and talk about it. We need to find a solution, because this is a departure from the normal practice and normal sort of standard procedures we have. I'm going to ask Orlando to tell us how historically been webcasting our breakout group, but let me give the floor to Paul first.
When we talk about confidentiality or secrecy, we should be cognizant of the fact that it's not what it used to be. It's been tremendously devalued in recent years, as many public figures have learned the hard way. There's more recorders in this room than people. There are more video apparatus in this room than people because of the multiple telephones, because the average of smartphones in this room is more than one. So it's hard to think of confidentiality when anyone can record anything, anytime, or do a video also. So if there's something you really shouldn't say, you don't want to be public, it's better not to say it.
Thank you very much, Paul. Orlando, could you tell us, please, historically, since we started webcasting, what has been the practice, and whether or not we shut down webcasts for plenaries or for breakout groups, and if you can provide us the justifications for the requests that under which we requested to shut down the webcast, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and good morning. There's really nothing much to add from the discussion, because I think the past practices and the decisions of the SCF on this matter have been laid on the table. So there's only one decision on the SCF that that the co-chairs at the beginning of the meeting remind everybody. This is what the UT read earlier, which is basically saying that the meetings of the SCF is open up until the SCF decides otherwise. It's not defined on whether it's plenary meetings or breakout groups and anything. So beyond that decision, that's where the SCF have the practices. And one of the practice of the SCF is to allow webcast in the plenary rooms where the breakout group decides, and this one is upon the prerogative of the co-facilitators, and in consultation, of course, with the members of the breakout group, SCF members of the breakout group, and again in the past practices, either the group that doesn't want to be webcasted stay in another room. In this case, the fishbowl, since it doesn't have any webcasting facility there, and the group that wants to have a meeting webcasted, made available to everybody, stays in the plenary room. So, and that has been the practice in the past. And indeed, there has been no decision by the SCF to close any of its meetings. There are discussions among members, consultations among members, and co-facilitators whether the breakout group will be webcasted or not. But it has nothing to do with the confidentiality of the information. It has something to do with the availability of the room, and also the engagement of the observers. So in this case, the observers present in the room are more active than the ones who are watching the webcast. So again, it's prerogative by the co-facilitators in consultations with the members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is very helpful. So now we know what the practice was. And if I hear correctly, that it has always been webcast for those who stay at the plenary, and those who go to the fishbowl room don't get the advantage of being webcast, unless decided otherwise. So default was camera is on in this room, deliberations taking place for whatever breakout groups is happening at the plenary room, because they have the advantage of the facilities here. But at the other room, since they don't have that, it's not webcast. So this has been the practice. Now, is there any request one more time to change the practice and close the webcast for the breakout group that will convene in this room here? Paul, you are objecting?
To just make a comment prior to that.
Please.
And that is that we have an ecumenical solution here. That in the breakout groups, those who want to be webcast come here, those who don't want to be webcast go to the aquarium, which, remember, that's higher status than fishbowl, and it's a status deal here. So they can, so it's everyone can have what they want. And I think we all agree that the plenaries, all of the plenaries should be webcast. So I think that there's an ecumenical
Thank you very much. And that's why actually,
solution.
Indeed, Paul, that's actually why we suggested to swap the breakout groups, because yesterday the Biennial Assessment enjoyed webcasting while they were breaking out here, and the guidance did not. And today we suggested to swap so that we have a balanced kind of webcasting on the different agenda items. And that's the intent, that we use this for webcasting and the other room for not webcasting, not because we don't want to webcast, it's just because we don't have the facility in the other room. Vicky and then Evan, please.
I had a follow-up question on what Lando said. So if I understood you correctly, it's also been the common practice that the breakout group on guidance has always been in the fishbowl. That's what you also mentioned. So and I think that might be the whole issue around this discussion here. And to be honest, we have received, we made some good progress on the guidance issue so far. We have actually everybody's input now, and I really want to, I wish we could actually stop broadcasting now, because this is getting a bit embarrassing for the SCF. But let's do our work and go and go to the fishbowl and talk about guidance if that's what members want. I just want to move forward so that we actually can deliver what we need to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. Let me just remind everyone, it's not about what is discussed here and what's discussed there. Now it's a fundamental issue here. It's not about the guidance being here or the BA being there. There is a fundamental issue here. We are departing from the norm practice of enjoying the facilities when the facilities are available for webcasting, irrespective to the substance being discussed. And this is now the concern. We're not discussing whether or not the guidance should be webcast or the BA being webcast. It is a request to stop a common practice that we've been doing, and we need to actually address that request. Evan, please.
Thank you, Ayman. I have just one question before you ask the question you were asking. When a committee member requests to stop broadcast or webcast, is it recorded in the report for the meeting?
Well, for specific requests as such, something, I think it is, let me ask Orlando, have we historically recorded in the report of the meeting a request of a member, or there was any objection to webcasting? Has this been part of the meeting report? No, we... To answer your question, Evan, being told that the request for not webcasting is done in the breakout group, and then when the report comes to the plenary, it is announced that the breakout group was not webcast. Not even that. So there is no way of reporting objection or even making an announcement that the breakout group was not webcast. So that's the answer. We've never done that, but perhaps maybe we should start doing it now. I lost track who was first. Randy?
Thanks. So again, I've been following the SCF for some time, not as long as some of you around the table, who I think have been here since the very first meeting. But I remember we were in the other building. There were very specific instances when we had inquired during a breakout group that happened to be occurring in the plenary room, just to check our understanding that the breakout groups were not webcast, and were assured by the secretariat and the technical team that yes, it's the case, the breakout groups were not being webcast because that's not the kind of practice that we were taking. So maybe the only thing that's clear here is that we, should have formalized any understanding that we had on this, and we need more discussion on this matter of whether or not breakout groups are intentionally webcast, not accidentally, but intentionally webcast or not webcast. We cannot say that we've taken that decision precisely because we're in two different rooms and one was never being webcast anyway. So this is not, it's just impossible to say that that common practice is that we've all taken some decision that webcasting of the breakout groups always happens, because in any case, one of the breakout groups was never being webcast. It's also the case that the guidance discussions have always happened in the other room, and I guess for the most part we've done BA or other things in here where there's been more of an external element. All this to say, I will object to changing, to affirmatively deciding right here, right now, without any further discussion, that breakout groups are always webcast. And I've been very clear about that. On the webcast, we're not trying to hide anything. There is a tremendous value and necessity in preserving a space for frank, informal conversations. I'm sorry, these are negotiations. It's the SCF. Just like in the COP negotiations, we have informal and formal discussions. There's different types of fora that we have. However, we all have a commitment, I think, to transparency, and I am firmly supportive of the plenaries where we take decisions and where there's a report back from the breakout groups being webcast. And I think that is important and that we should maintain that. This is not, I didn't expect this to be so controversial. I think if we look across constituted bodies, many of the ones which I'm familiar with all also recognize the need to preserve a space for informal discussions where those portions of the meeting are not webcast. So this isn't anything new, not inventing something, not trying to, it's not about secrecy, it's actually, I think, about efficiency and allowing that necessary space for informal discussion amongst members and observers. Thank you.
Saini.
Yeah, I think I might have a suggestion, hoping it's a practical one. I think, those who don't want webcast, when they take the floor, you can turn it off, and those who don't mind, you can turn it on. So it's, because I think we're not gonna get, a consensual, so you don't want webcast, it's registered, before at the beginning of the meeting, we turn off, and then, those who are okay, we do it that way. That's first. And second, I don't think we are negotiating here. At least, I wouldn't consider that what we do is negotiation. At least for me personally, I've tried to be very open-minded, and as I wouldn't, and whenever there's this, and there are many instances that we as we've been able to achieve outcomes here, which would have been, I believe, very difficult elsewhere. And if we really turn this into a negotiation, I think it's going to be a lot more difficult. And of course, there might be times where it's tougher to reach, but I don't think that the nature of the work here is a negotiation. At least that's not my interpretation of what we do. And I think it's words have meanings, especially in Bonn. So.
Thank you, Saini. Turo, please.
Thank you. I listening to the discussion now on this issue, and I feel that we touch upon the very fundamental issues between what is the plenary all about, as well as the breakout session. And I really understand both sides' argument that this is a really expert meeting, and so we try to be as open as possible, while we need some kind of much open discussion we can keep, and more close manner, informal manner, so to say, that otherwise we cannot really have a compromise or, so to say, conclusion. And I don't think we can really arrive at the conclusion in this couple of hours, and because it is very important issue that will change like modality of works in the future. So I would suggest it's really up to co-chairs and co-facilitators' decision, but well, we discussed the two text guidance, no, three texts in the guidance, two guidances and BAs, and we are almost close to the end, and then like, we are about to finalize these texts, and so I mean it's. This is my understanding, but if co-chairs and facilitators think that you need more informal consultations, that they can choose a breakout session for 1 hour and so in this morning, and then come back to the plenary, and then they finalize these texts. And personally, I don't think that the session needs to be closed and on this reading of this text, and we really appreciate that webcast to keep our openness and transparency of this discussion. So we leave. I really like to ask the co-facilitators what they think about having like finalizing this draft, and they feel if they think that they need more time for informal discussion, so they can choose breakout session. But if they think that we can do that in this format, we can do that in the plenary. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the suggestion. To appreciate it, Randy.
Sorry, just a very quick correction, because I do think when Sandy was speaking, because I think he accurately repeated what I said, but I think I misspoke. I was saying we are the SCF, like in the negotiations where we have informals. There we do that because we recognize the value and necessity of having a space for informal discussions, and I was saying that that's my understanding of why we don't have webcast for breakout groups, not because of secrecy, but because of that same understanding and acknowledgement of the importance of a space for informal discussions.
Thank you for the clarification, Randy. Before I give the floor to Ivan, let me tell you something.
Break, everyone.
This body here is a negotiation body. You want me to tell you what did we negotiate? Like no tomorrow? Remember the arrangement we negotiated between the CAB and the GCF? You were not here, perhaps. It took us three meetings of the SCF to agree the arrangement between the CAB and the GCF. One of the most difficult negotiations we ever had. You want to tell me negotiations? Up until this moment, we were unable as a committee to issue draft guidance that is clean text. It has always been going to the CAB as bracketed text. So bracketed text, that means negotiation. So please, don't give me this, that this is not a negotiation. But this is I'm speaking as a member, not as a co-chair. Evan, please.
Thank you. While I recognize the...
Yeah, point of order.
Point of order, Saini.
We should really put an end to this. When are we having a break? When are we having a break? And I'm talking to you as a chair now. When are we having a break?
I'll tell you, as a chair in charge of organization work, I'll tell you when the break. We're not ready for the break. Evan.
Yeah, I think I was going to say something like that. It's important for us to move this discussion to maybe other matters because we have some more pressing issues, but that doesn't reduce the importance of it. If we are going to consider this a negotiation body, we have to try to come up with modalities that would preserve the right of committee members to have a more reserved discussion, but at the same time, we cannot forget that it would be very unfair to allow observers to have more of a participation power than parties. I think that's something that has been clear for me in the last two meetings I had here, and it's something that would put a lot of that would jeopardize this process in the future, I think. That's it.
Thank you very much. Any other call for the floor? Well, listen, we heard what the Secretariat, has told us, that it has been the practice. Whether or not you don't agree or agree is your prerogative, but the practice was, as we heard loud and clear, that the breakout group that stays in the plenary enjoys the webcasting unless otherwise is decided. So the default was that those who stay in the plenary, they enjoy the webcast. This is what the Secretariat is telling us. Not me, not you, somebody else, independent, supposedly. Supposedly, we have a very independent Secretariat, and they're speaking their mind out, and they're telling us that this was the case. It has always been the case that those who stay in plenary get to enjoy the webcasting. If you are suggesting that we stop webcasting, as I said, it's your prerogative as a member of the committee to say, I am objecting to the webcasting. Then we need to sit down and discuss it. Does that mean when you object to webcasting that you also object to the presence of the observers in the room? Are you objecting to the engagement of the observers and the deliberations of the breakout group? Because we need to go into that discussion as well. If we really have an objection, to webcasting, we need to follow with our discussion that this is going to be a closed meeting for committee members only, because we are closing webcasting. You can't have it halfway. It cannot be done halfway. Closing it to make it a confidential, that means confidential to all observers, because there are observers sitting 6,000 miles from here, and there are observers who have the leverage and the ability to be in the room. If you want to make it a closed meeting, it has to be a closed meeting for committee members only. If you don't want to, close the webcast, then everybody is welcome to participate. But we need to have that discussion. If you are insisting to close the webcast, we need to have that discussion before we have a final decision on this. Peter?
I don't want to get involved in this discussion, though, but I just would like to challenge the Secretariat, though, on this issue, because in not every SCF meeting, the breakout groups were always webcasted, even if they were in plenary. If you look at SCF 14, we have in the morning webcast, but not in the afternoon, although there were breakout groups that were held in the plenary, and the same accounts for the next of the day. So this is, I haven't been able to look at all of them, but it's scattered. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. And I think it's a legitimate ask if members say that they don't want the session to be webcasted, that it's not webcasted. Overall, just to put that point here, I'm open to have everything webcasted, but I think it's up to individual members to decide whether they want it or not. I think multiple people around this room have made use of that possibility, and it's a valid demand. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think we need time to think about this. We can have a 15-minute break, and we will convene here as a plenary, back again as plenary, not breakout groups, to settle this issue out. And I wish in the breakout and in the coffee break, we can solve this issue. Otherwise, we need to come back as a plenary and see what the way forward on the specific issue, webcasting or no webcasting. We're not breaking out as groups to discuss the substantive matters until we deal with the procedural matter. It is a substantive procedural matter that we have to settle. So please enjoy your coffee break for 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your coffee break. Vicky, did you want to have the floor before we go on break?
No, thank you.
Sorry, I did not see your flag, but then you told me that you had your flag up.
Yes, I did, but if you have I'm looking into your guidance now to have a way forward after this refreshing coffee break, so I'm willing not to intervene what I was going to say before. Thank you. Just, I'm looking forward to hear your way forward on it, so I will not make the intervention I planned to make before, because I'm hoping that we move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Well, thank you to all of you for your engagement in this issue here. And again, we heard all of you, and we heard a good round of exchange on those who believe that webcasting is the default, those who think it is not. Then because we were unable to agree among ourselves, we felt like, the Secretariat can tell us, because they have more institutional memory than any of us, I would say. You're getting too old here, Orlando. Since day one, you've been around. So with that institutional memory, we were told that indeed it has been the practice that those who stay in the plenary, they enjoy the webcasting, and those who go to the other room, not because they don't want webcasting, just because we want to run parallel sessions, because we want to capitalize on the time, not because those who want to be webcast here and those who no, because we need to have more rooms, and it's only one room that has webcast, and therefore those who go to the other room do not enjoy the webcast. Those who stay here, they would enjoy it. I'm repeating myself 10 times already now. I wish to put it to you one more time that we want to proceed our business as usual. We want to now put the session on breakout group for the guidance. We're going to continue webcasting. On that basis, we then move on for the rest of the day. We swap the sessions, the breakout groups between this room and the other room, so that we give the benefit to those sitting away from us to have a flavor of the discussions of the different agenda items, and perhaps can help us out. Those who are not, sort of supported with the active observers in the room here, they can receive some technical support from their advisors back home in their capitals. So this is the way forward we're suggesting. Is there any objection to the suggested way forward? Well, thank you very much. We will, Randy?
Don't worry, it's not an objection. I think that's a reasonable solution, but only to draw a distinction, I think, between a very reasonable suggestion and solution put forward by you all to us right now, which I'm fine with for the purposes of allowing our discussions to move on here. But I think the earlier discussions were valuable in showing that we still have differences of opinion on the more fundamental, broader question, and we should take that up. And this is a good ad hoc solution for this.
Very well noted, and thank you for highlighting that, Randy. Indeed, it was a very helpful discussion we had before the break, and there seems to be a need for us to come to an agreement on the way forward for those webcasts, because it has been done on the basis of just being so inclined to be open to the public. But if you feel like no, there could be some times when we really need to shut down the webcast, then we have to discuss that. So you're suggesting that we put this as an agenda item for future discussions, perhaps, Randy? All right. Could we? You're okay with that? Yeah. So we'll put this for consideration. Perhaps could I ask you, when we convene next time, you put this as an agenda item under other matters? We can raise that. Thank you very much. Mo, please.
Thank you, Ayman, and thank you so much for this proposed way forward, because it balances the issue. And I think because if you go into a closed session with no webcasting, that means, as you mentioned before, the observers will be out. all the observers in the room or the observers following us, and it's important to have them engaging. And we have to weigh in like the options what we are having. So your proposal makes much sense, and just to keep in mind that if anybody of us ask for a closed meeting, then it will be only the SCF members here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that part of the discussion, Randy, I think we need to find the modality to when to announce a closed meeting or when not to announce, because we have that modality at the GCF. We never had that at the SCF, so perhaps it might be an agenda item for us to discuss the process, the modality, when to have the closed meetings and when not to, and the circumstances that would suggest having such closed meetings. But thank you very much for that. Appreciate the flexibilities on all sides. Thank you very much for that. Oti, please.
Thank you, and indeed, I mean, I think what this has sort of revealed that we have sort of different understandings of what's been usual practice, and also, I mean, also in the past, just to put it put the record straight that in the past when we have had these breakout groups, when there's been an explicit request not to shut down webcast, the observers that are present have always sort of stayed in the room and have indeed participated in the exchanges and so on. So there's also been like this middle ground option, and I agree that it will be good to have this sort of clarified, but hopefully at a future meeting when also there's a more sort of a permanent co-chair, certainly from our side as well, because I wouldn't feel comfortable sort of taking such a such a decision just because Georg happens to be in Bali and not in Bonn. But just and I'm sure Ayman will get back to this. But then I guess the idea for today, given that we will need to get back to the SCF work on the biennial assessment as well. So just in terms of housekeeping, that we'll need to go back to these sort of parallel sessions for this afternoon. So we were proposing that the BA crowd would take over this room after lunch, but until then, we would now no parallel until lunch. Sure.
Thank you very much. I can't agree with you more on this, Oti, and thanks for one more time for the flexibility to move on this. This is, as a matter of fact, it has a great deal of bearing on the effectiveness of the committee and the enhancing the engagement of the stakeholders and the rest of that bigger context discussion. So we will indeed need to have this discussion sometimes in future meetings. With that, we're going to continue our modality with the breakout groups. We will be swapping the breakout groups between this room and the other room. So we don't have much time, I guess, for the guidance. It's already 12:30 now, so unfortunately, the guidance is disadvantaged here. They have only 15 minutes because we said we're going to break at 12:45 for lunch. So we have only 15 minutes for the guidance to be discussed here. And later in the afternoon, perhaps the guidance will go to the other room, but then it will come back again here at a later time as we swap the meetings around again. With that, I'd like to hand over to our dear co-facilitators of the guidance, Vicky and Leah, please. It's in your hands now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks for this way forward. Very happy to engage on substance. Only we do have a bit of an issue that we don't have the fully consolidated version yet, because the secretary is working very hard on making that available. So we will start with the GCF guidance, but we won't be able to yet already show it on the screen or distribute electronically the final version, which would then also include the text sent by the African group of negotiators. But just to let you know, when we have it on the screen or when you have it in your electronic box, sorry, it will be highlighted in a color so you can see how it is, and then we will try to see if we can insert it in a draft guidance issue. So this morning we already gave you a good overview. I hope you thought it was a good overview of how you would tackle the text, and I would suggest if perhaps we can have the version without the African group at this point on the screen, or is that not? Or you can't do both at once, sorry. Because they're still working on it. The reason why, I'm sorry, just to explain, is just because they're still including it. So it's not finalized yet. So, but not to lose time, I would say that they need extra 10 minutes. Or we can wait for 10 minutes if you prefer. Okay, then we just wait for 10 minutes. Do we have, or we did?
Well, colleagues, I think we need more time for the text to come together for the guidance. So it is suggested that we break for lunch now. It's already 12:30, and then we'll resume in the afternoon after lunch. And when we come back, are we operating in single? I think we're still operating in single breakout group. We don't have more than one because we suggested that it's going to be back to back. So we're resuming here, and we'll continue after. So it's going to be only one breakout group at the plenary. So we'll come back here with the Biennial Assessment. Afternoon. Yeah, Matthias, that's what you wanted? At your service, at your help. And actually, Irene also asked for it. We just do this back to back, not parallel, yeah? Not to run parallel sessions? You're okay with that?
My understanding is what we just decided, as you explained before the GCF discussion, that after lunch we would be in two separate groups, that there would be the guidance discussion in the fishbowl and the other discussion here, which hopefully then resolved many of the issues we were talking about before.
I wasn't aware of that. I thought we were going on solo mode here. Is that because Matthias suggested earlier that we just go on single breakout group, then we can continue in the plenary all the time. Yeah, let me just consult with my fellow co-chair, please. Well, thank you very much. So please enjoy your lunch. When we resume, we're going to be in two breakout groups, thanks to the flexibility by Matthias for allowing this to happen in parallel, and Irene as well. And we will swap the two breakout groups in the afternoon. We have 2 hours, so there'll be 1 hour for the guidance here, and then it will move to the other room, and then the bail assessment will be another hour here. We will have to cut down on our coffee break in the afternoon, so there will be no coffee break. You can help yourself, please. And then we go to the agenda item of the report to the conference of the parts. With that, thank you very much. Please enjoy your lunch.
the guidance.
Can you take your seats, please? We need to take count of the quorum. We want to start the breakout group immediately, so please take your seats. We're really behind schedule. And Vicky and Leah, you're ready, please. It's all yours now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. And yeah, so let's get to work, I would say. People, yeah, not everybody's in the room, but yeah, let's begin because we're already running a bit late. The Secretariat has finalized the draft now, including all comments, which you should find in your mailbox by now. So this is a breakout group, so we can have observers, including at the table, right? If I'm correct. Yes, so feel free to come forward. Just, I mean, so the printouts are being circulated now, and then the SCF members, you have it electronically on your computer as well if you want to stay paper smart. More printouts will become available in a couple of minutes. Yeah. Just giving you a bit of time to look at the papers now. Okay, so I guess everybody around the table at least has a copy, and I mean, we'll more welcome if needed. Because the text is quite new, we will now propose that we will first go into the suggestions that we as co-facilitators already made this morning on possible merging of paragraphs and identification of previous guidance and so on to get your feedback on those issues. Then we will go through the newest paragraphs which were included by the AGM today to have a look at that. And I think that might already fill up most of our time, but yeah, let's take. So first, we had a suggestion to find ways to merge paragraph 2D and E. I don't know if anybody has. I mean, we have a reference to the independent review performance twice. Do you want? Yes, Jose, do you want to?
Thank you, Vicky. Yes, this is actually covered by decision B21/17, so I think we can merge both paras. And as I think that there is quite significant potential for streamlining in the entire text because it's several paras are rather overlapping and duplicative. But happy to give my views on the respective paras too.
Just because it feels like people are still reading the text and you might already have some, you said you had ideas on merging possible paragraphs. Maybe just to have a kick off the discussion, could you provide some of your merging options already now?
Some of them, I think. Thank you for me. Like now we have 41 paras, and I think that's quite. I think our colleagues at the COP won't be happy with us if we really allow for 41 paras to be forwarded to the COP. So I think that, for instance, those paras that are covered by the work plan for the board for 2019, as approved by decision B21/04, could be somehow linked to a paragraph urging the board to conclude its work in implementing the work plan both for 2018 and 2019, and happy to point out those paras. I still have to go through the entire text, but I think it's a very that will help us to streamline the text significantly. One husband. Yeah. Also, one of colleagues could agree to that approach. I think that's the devil is in the details on other issues and not on those related to the work plan.
Are there already any views on the suggested way forward by Jose to have a merging exercise first, or are you still reading the document? If you are, feel free to tell me so that we give you a bit more time to go through it if you want that. But
Thank you. The way forward presented by Jose makes sense to me. I would appreciate a few more minutes just to go through the text, though. Thanks.
Okay, let me just give you first some more minutes, let's say 5 minutes to go through the text, if that's okay. Is that, and then, yeah, okay. Okay, so that was your 5 minutes window to go through the text, and I hope you all had a good look at it in the meantime. I also hear some discussions already taking place in the margins of the meeting. So again, on this proposal of the merging options are we ready to listen to Jose to see? I mean, so he already mentioned a reference to the work plan, and to see if that would help to actually get some further, because the text itself is about, how many pages is it? Oh, you don't number it. That's very smart. But it's about 41 paragraphs long, which is a quite long draft guidance decision. So I do agree that we probably can streamline it a bit further. So I think, Jose, people are ready to listen to your proposals on how to merge certain options if you're ready to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. Yeah, the proposal is actually to include 2 paras. Actually take 1 para that is also included in the text proposed by the African group, welcoming the adoption of the work plan for 2019, and then have subsequently a para urging the board to conclude its work in the implementation of the work plans for 2018 and 2019, including and then listing all the items that are included in the current 41 paras and that need to be pointed out at this point in time. But I think that there's something that, while saving text, we're not losing anything. And elements that are already in the work plan, if you want me to have a first go, of course the first one would be decision making in absence of consensus. Then, wait a second, just going them. The SAP review, the review of the accreditation framework. I don't have them in order now. If you could give me a minute, I will come back with the entire list. If you,
yes,
please feel free.
If somebody else wants to take the floor, yeah.
Yeah, the list is very long, and we have the policies on incremental cost, policies on co-finance, policies on programmatic approach, policies on 2-stage approvals, policies on approval in between decision making in between meetings, the review of the performance of the executive director and the heads of the independent units, concessionality, the performance review of the fund, and I'm sure I'm forgetting eligibility criteria. The review of the performance of the strategic plan for the fund, the implementation of the work program of the Secretariat, I can't remember the rest now. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Vicky. Saying this, I think that there are several elements that might need a separate para, but I think we have to go through the text para by para. I think we can agree that there are some elements that can be dealt with. For instance, also on alternative approaches could be one of those decisions that will be dealt with under the work plan. I think it's B24. So we can already include that in that list, and happy to hear if colleagues agree. But there are several issues, for instance, decision making, that require a separate paragraph from our view.
Thank you, Jose. Mo, you have the floor.
Okay, we don't want to repeat the discussions or the approach to issues in the GCF board down here. So my preference is a very generic one. So there's a work plan for the board. It is approved. It has elements, and it identifies the gaps. Either we take it as is, or if we go in listing, then we start listing things. And so we list without putting preferences, without moving one from one place to another. So we can, what we agree on now is like having this work plan as the overarching. So if we have this, and we can understand from you which paragraphs that should be deleted or merged together into dealing with the welcoming the work plan of the board. And then we see if we'll be able to go in details or not go in details. And just to highlight that if we go in details, then it's not putting, then we might end up in a discussion on what we put first, what the preferences, are we having a shopping list, a Christmas list, whatever list it is, or we just list whatever is in the decisions of the GCF and the gaps that are there, all together under the same chapeau, without a differentiation between what is there and what is not. Because if we start picking and choosing, I like the decision-making process, another one would say like, but I like the needs assessment, something like that. And then we have a different paragraph on the needs assessment versus one on the decision-making process. But if they are all under the work plan of the board, then let's focus on the work plan of the board. Let's keep it generic and go from there. But I'm fine with both approaches. Just let us know which paragraphs will be merged together, put them together, highlight them together, put a proposal from your side that has option A, the generic option B, generic plus listing, and then we take it from there. It will be the best approach, because now we are lost between the different paragraphs here and there, and it will take us forever in identifying the elements. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Moete. I mean, that's exactly what we had a bit of feeling as well, that we are getting lost in the numbers of paragraphs that we have. So, and so what I hear now is that there is that looking into what actually is already covered by the work plan is a possible way to look for streamlining of the text. And I would suggest now that we go paragraph by paragraph, so that it gives everybody an opportunity to see what is considered to be part of the work plan, and those parties or members that actually provided this paragraph can also explain perhaps why they think it's important to put it in the guidance, so that we have a view why they want to include it, and then we can have a discussion on that as well, if it's necessary to put it in, yes or no. So if that would be a way forward, so then, so like I said, my suggestion now is that we go through the text to get your to get your options on streamlining the text, to get, if you have questions around paragraphs, or if you see already want to express some views on the paragraphs, that would be very much welcome on all of that. And like I said, also we will, like what we already proposed this morning, we will bring that up as well if we go along. But just, I think a read through to the text might be helpful for everybody to get a good understanding of where we are. So I would go, I mean, the standard paragraphs, I don't think we have issues around those at this point. So then that's why I would go starting with paragraph 2. Like I said, there we have an option to include D and E, but yeah, let's start with A and B if you want. Yeah, Rebecca, go ahead.
I wondered if we could just understand what's meant by inclusiveness in 2C, just what's the rationale for that?
The original paragraph 2C comes from the EU, so while they are looking up to respond to your questions, I wonder if there are further comments on, let's say, from A to C. Okay, good. Then D and E, the way we thought of merging it, if there are no suggestions from the floor, maybe I should ask that first, is to have from the E side, you have to inform future policies, priorities, and planning to actually include this on D. But I see Mo has a question, an intervention.
Thank you so much. Just to highlight that we do not agree with this formulation. The independent review will not inform policies, priorities, and planning. I don't know what is the source of this, be it in the decisions or be it somewhere else. Because to my understanding, the review that the COP does might lead to that. So if you can just clarify where this comes from, thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for the question for clarification as well. So we already have 2 questions for clarification. Do we already have a response on the first one or no? Okay, then we go forward. Yes, I voted on it and then through the secretariat as well. Yes, well, yeah.
No, just to clarify, D was proposed by us and is actually based on the language as used at decision B21/17. But I guess you referred to E, no? If I'm not mistaken, more.
Okay, so just, I mean, this is why Secretariat's work is really helpful because we have a very good overview of where everything comes from. So the question from inclusiveness in C is a paragraph coming from the EU. There the US asks what is meant by inclusiveness, or I should say. And then on the D, which on the E, which Mo doesn't agree that this has a relation to it, comes originally from the US, or I should say Randy, I guess. So that would be a response to you. So in the meantime, I will move forward on this one. Or yeah, Mo, go ahead.
So I mean, for me, it's a no-go. So it needs to be deleted because, as I read in paragraph 59 of the governing instrument, the independent evaluation is to inform that is decision making by the board and identify and disseminate lessons learned. So it doesn't say anything about informing future policies and priorities and planning. It's totally different. So it informs the decision making process of the board, different than future policies, priorities, and planning. This is my reading to it. Thank you.
So let's move forward then from G and H. Okay, I to L. So those are the final. Okay, good. Then we actually are 1 paragraph down, but I mean, with still some question marks and questions around it. Then we have the news part of the African group. Maybe I'll give you the floor to give some information on this.
Thank you so much. I mean, I did ask the secretariat why the inputs from the African group was not clustered with the other subheadings, because most of them they fit with the other subheadings. So if we are going to streamline, then they should be included as part of the other paragraphs. If you look at them, some of them have already been highlighted in the previous bullets. The first one talks about the appointment of the World Bank. The second one talks about the approval, the level of approval now, 5.5 billion in the past 3 years, with grants and loans as instruments. The third one is the pipeline and the value or the amount of funding needed for the pipeline, and then the initial resource mobilization, the date, and what is there for the still remaining for the from the initial resource mobilization, and then the decision on the financial planning, which is important also to inform the parties on what is available in the funds during the coming year. And then a very important element is the shortfall in the GCF resources, and it is split between unfulfilled pledges and foreign exchange impacts, and both of them have an impact on the expectation on the potential of the GCF to substantially support the transformation in developing countries. And then the one that comes next to that, scaling up of proposals of the current portfolio. Then the importance of the readiness and the preparatory program. Then the board decisions in the last meeting, the work plan, which was already mentioned. As I said, we have the generic form here. We can welcome the work plan of the board for 2018-2019, and the board's effort to address all outstanding policy gaps. We can add to that we encourage the board to deal with those gaps in 2019 without going in details, but we can go in details. And then the urgency to conclude the replenishment process by the end of 2019. And the final point is the lack of progress in the issues of privileges and immunities. So those are the elements, and then we have elements that relate to the replenishment. But again, as I said, I mean, I would have preferred, and I still prefer, that those elements should be clustered or put under the same clusters like the other inputs, rather than having the AGN input put as a fly-alone, standalone submission, because it relates to the different elements that are there and the different clusters that are put forward in your documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo, for getting through this these additions. Yes, and I understand what you say about including those in a better place to perhaps also look for streamlining a bit further. Then, any first views or questions for clarification on those additional points, or?
Sorry, I think it would be really useful to merge the AGN text with the other para, so that we have a real overview of possible overlaps and duplications. Otherwise, it's going to be very complicated to engage constructively here. And I do see many overlaps, but I think we would waste important time on this exercise.
Well, yes, I hear you. I hear both of you saying that, and that would be our preferred option as well. Now, if we could actually have time to that we actually make sure that we put the paragraphs of the EGN now more into the context of the rest of the document. But that would mean that we will have to come back to this at a later stage, that we won't be able to discuss it now. So this is why, before we're doing this, we could go to the JEF issue, but we also want to give you first an opportunity, if you have on the JEF decision text some general views that you want to express that first now, then that would be GCF, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a proposal that we can merge all the paragraphs that talk about the funding proposals pipeline, and I think there was, yeah, and then the one on the rapid scaling up of the funding proposal approvals, and the scaling up of proposals in the portfolio. Those could be like put together, and then you have a subheading or like a paragraph that deals with the replenishment that starts with the approval of 5.5 billion and then that triggers the replenishment as per the last decision of the GCF, and then we take it from there, the issues that relate to the replenishment. I think there are several paragraphs here, the decision to launch, so we welcome the decision to launch that, and this would come after taking note that the funding, where did it go? Yeah, that the approvals by the board of 5.5 billion, which triggers, then you have the replenishment thing, then you have, and I mean, it's very difficult to run between them. And then you have the board, the elements that raise to replenishment put together as a preambular part, and then you have the elements, yeah, the elements that talks about the request that relates to replenishment, be it like from our point of view, like it has to be finalized by a specific date, by the end of 2019. It should take into consideration XYZ. Those are elements I think we can cluster together. So you have a fact, which is the pipeline, the status of of approvals, and so on. And then the next one talks about the replenishment process. So the first replenishment is initiated, or after we say that the 5.5, the trigger, and then we go on with the rest of the stuff. So if it makes sense what I'm saying, you can consider. Of course, in the first cluster, you can also, I mean, it's very important for us, the shortfalls. It can be highlighted in the first cluster that we have a shortfall of 3 billion. And it's a fact, so we want to reflect it. And also that I mean, one of the good points that I think should also be considered when we say rapid scaling up of funding proposal approvals, this also needs to and also acknowledgement of the capacity, the increasing capacity of the secretariat to have like annual programming capacity that reaches like between $4 and $5 billion worth of projects, which is again comes from the GCF documents. So I think those are elements we can further enhance them, but I'm just saying like outlines of what I think would be a good clustering approach. Thank you.
I'm sorry to take us back, but I wanted to respond to the previous question about the 2E, which Mohammed had asked about why that's different from the decision taken. We submitted that in August, and so it was revised afterward to welcome the decision taken, but it's fine with us to combine that with the other with D and conform it to what the decision actually was. That's right. E, the one you had asked about future policies, priorities, and planning. That was just sort of placeholder language that we submitted before B21. That's right. So it's fine to combine that and reflect what actually is contained in the decision.
Thank you, Rebecca, because that actually means that we're one paragraph down. Jose, do you want to bring in some new ones?
No, it's just reacting quickly to Mo's proposal on clustering of paras that are linked to the commitment authority and to the replenishment. Happy to see that in writing. It seriously depends. Again, the devil is in the detail. Yeah, happy to see your proposal on this. Anyhow, I think that, yeah, I'll leave it there. But I'm happy to provide also other proposals for deletion if you're happy to hear them. First of all, I would like to highlight that the paras linked to the budgets and work plans of the independent units that has been dealt with at B21. So we have approved. This is under, sorry, where is it? It's also linked to actually 2K, because we have established the independent integrity unit, the independent redress mechanism, and the independent evaluation unit, so we can delete that. We can delete K. Then on para 10, this is one of the first paras that is linked to the work plan, so would rather delete 10. 11 can be merged with an overarching para that is linked to the work plan, as we would like to highlight the fact that the board urgently has to address remaining policy gaps, in particular with decision making. That can also be merged with 12. I'm happy to propose lines new paras on that. 13 can be included in the list if colleagues agree with the proposal, in the list of those elements in the work plan that need to be where the work needs to be concluded in a timely manner in 2019. The same with 14, 15. We can work and propose also streamlined text on 16. 17 is the one that I was referring to. The prompt approval of budgets and works plan has been like that has been being dealt with at B21. Para 18 could be added to the list of elements in the work plan. On 20, I would like to get clarification by the Secretariat whether this is the case. On 20. So maybe we could get a clarification by the Secretariat. 21, I do not think, while we acknowledge this is a very important topic, this is not the place to deal with linkages between the adaptation fund and other institutions. So would like to delete it. Twen 22 can be, no, let's leave 22, stressing, keep 23. 24 is okay. 26 is one of the elements, again, that will be covered and will be addressed by the board in its work plan for 2019, so I propose to delete it. And 29 is the alternative policy approaches will be dealt with at B24. So again, it's an element that can be included in the list of items with a reference to the work plan. I'll leave it there. think if I'm not mistaken, the work plan is P24.
Thank you, Jose. Are there any other views, general views, merging options, or so on? Because if not, yeah, Peter. Oh.
Just to highlight, I don't have any proposals to merge. I think there are a number on the table, and I would like to see the next version of this of the text then. But I think something to keep in mind is that I think some of the recommendations that are now in there are really going towards too operational, too detailed guidance that we're giving, especially setting specific guidelines, making sure that you sign contracts with specific organizations. And that is the kind of guidance that we've always stayed away from because that's not our mandate. And so I think when you go through the text, please keep that in mind, that we're not there to micromanage the board. We put it at a distance and we provide guidance from a distance. So that's specific issues is I think is K in the notes and one of the and 21 where we say that we need that the board to contract the adaptation fund specifically. I mean, I think we need to give very strategic guidance and not in that level of detail. So.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Facilitator. I just saw a few numbers before on the screen, and I was talking to Mo about this and to Raj. And I think if we could, if you don't mind, we verify the figures on the number of funding proposals and the amount of funding that has been perhaps approved. And I would, for that, ask the secretariat to check with the GCF secretary, just to check on the numbers, to make sure that the numbers are consistent and correct. With your indulgence, if we can just ask the secretariat to check and make sure the figures are correct. Thank you very much.
Yes, I will do that right away. I already see them nodding, so they can do that. But I would first give the floor to Paul because GCF secretary. We also had some questions this morning. Maybe you can also raise, give some inputs on those if you remember the questions. But Paul, the floor is yours first.
I totally agree that there should be no micromanaging of the GCF board. But some of the things that look like they're micromanaging are really to generate support for the board from the COPE. Because here this will be not the SCF, but this is the SCF's recommendations to the COPE. And if the COPE approves this, then there can be some support. COPE support can be cited and moving forward certain elements. Thank you.
Peter, is it in response? Oh, and Erin as well. Is it a response to that? Yes.
Well, it builds upon it because it triggered one other thing that I forgot to mention. I think we're giving guidance to the GCF under this specific item, but there are also now guidance into the SCF itself, which I think is up to also to the COP, but it's a different agenda item. So I think that's another thing to keep in mind. If we give guidance to the GCF, it should be guidance to the GCF. If it's guidance to the SCF to do specific work, it needs to be under the work program or somewhere else.
Thank you. That was the point that I was just going to make, is that I also feel like some of the new additions go a bit too far in terms of giving operational and specific advice, particularly under the replenishment. Looking at Para 6, we are essentially trying to give the SCF guidance in terms of our own work, which just doesn't seem appropriate to me in terms of this item. And I would agree with the comments on the adaptation fund and contracting and sourcing of funds, which is currently under discussion in APA 8. So I think that should also be removed, but I'll save more of my specific comments for the next iteration because this text is new and it looks like it continues to evolve. Thanks.
I see more flags coming up, but then I would first give the floor to the GCF secretary, if that's okay. Or And then I will give you the floor to Mo and Paul. So first to the SCF, GCF Secretary, if that's okay. Yeah.
With, you know, a sentence like this, you don't get the full background. The GCF has a problem with small projects. Only 3% of the portfolio are projects of $10 million or less. The cutoff point, that's called a micro project. Small projects are cut off at $50 million. I think in the majority of countries, you know, not the big countries, but the small, poor countries, $50 million is not a small project. It's a big project in those countries. And the $10 million projects, there could be a lot of them, especially to benefit very vulnerable people. And so these projects in areas where you have severe underdevelopment, people are living off the land and therefore are very close to nature and very vulnerable to the effects of climate change. These projects can be high impact for low budget. And as you go into a year when you need you're only going to have 1.3 billion net for 3 meetings to approve, it's almost necessary to redress that imbalance of only 3% of the projects. And the people who work on this, on the projects in GCF, are very honest and straightforward about this, that they are not as good at these little projects, the micro projects, as they are at the big projects. They don't have the same experience. Whereas the adaptation fund only does these projects, only does projects up to $10 million. And they invented direct access within the financial mechanism of the convention. So they know how to get direct access entities. They know how to deal with small projects. The adaptation fund has a financial problem, as we all know, since its financing was to come out of the carbon markets created by Kyoto. And since the collapse of those markets, it has had a financial problem that's turned into an existential problem. So here, you're looking for a solution that would be win-win. The GCF needs more small projects, more direct access. The adaptation fund needs financing. And this financing is actually, I think, very important because, in my view, we should not lose capabilities. Something like the adaptation fund should not be allowed to go under. We need to keep all of the capacities we have and develop more, because I think that we're on the cutting edge of what's going to be an avalanche of mitigation adaptation projects as we move into the new decade. If the IPCC report is taken even halfway seriously, that has to be the case, a ratcheting up of the number of projects, the movement in terms of climate action. So this getting a critical mass of support for a contract of the GCF to the Adaptation Fund to assist the GCF and achieve more direct access entities and the formulation of more small projects. And here the formulation is a serious problem, because even if the GCF had the 100 billion a year, let's say by some stroke of a miracle, the 100 billion would appear in 2020. And if it was to be channeled through the financial mechanism of the convention, the accumulated portfolio of the GCF is $17 billion. So if it had the 100 billion, the projects wouldn't be there. We need to have a major effort in terms of project formulation. And one of the problems with these smaller projects is the formulation of the projects. The preparedness people are working on that, but we need to get into the nitty-gritty of not just capacitating people to do this, but to actually do it and have a portfolio of small projects that are in the pipeline that can be approved and can benefit these highly vulnerable people and rebalance the GCF profile of projects with only 3% in the category of these small $10 million projects, which when the transition committee was setting this up, that was considered to be one of the prime lines to go where the multilateral development banks don't go, where the commercial banks won't touch, and provide mitigation, adaptation, finance for those communities. So that's the background of this considering the contracting of the adaptation fund. The way something like that happens is when you start getting a political mass of support sufficient that it becomes something that actually happens. But it won't happen unless you get this mobilization of political support for an ideal like contracting the adaptation fund from the GCF to solve both the small project problem of the GCF and the financing and subsistence problem, the sustainability problem of the adaptation fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I would first give the floor to the GCF Secretary to respond to questions, and then Mo, you might get a final word on this because we were actually, well, it will be Ivan giving the final floor, but first of all, the GCF Secretary to respond to the different questions. Thank you.
Thanks. So just with the clarification on some of the numbers mentioned before, we have 4.6 billion in funding approvals for all for projects exactly, not just not readiness just for the funding proposals. That's grants and loans, but also the other financial instruments the GCF is authorized to use, so grant equity and guarantees as well, for a total of 93 projects in the current portfolio. We looked through the portfolio and 12 projects are in the micro size, and 11 of those have a total funding of under 10 million. So the extra one there, actually the co-financing takes it over the 10 million mark. And then there's an additional 24 projects that are in the small project category, so under 50 million. Taking those together, that's about 38% of the portfolio, or if you're just looking at the micro, that's about 12 or 13% of the portfolio. The other numbers, we quickly went through them on the AGN additional welcoming section paras. Those all seem to be consistent with the recent documents the GCF has submitted. And then finally, just on the, just wanted to inform colleagues on the SCF that discussions with the adaptation fund are ongoing underneath the operational framework for complementarity and coherence. And obviously, the co-chairs leading that discussion don't want to prejudge what might be decided in other forums. But obviously, it's an important topic, and that will also be coming back to the board on the work plan for B23 for the annual update on the implementation of the framework. I think there were lots of questions also in the earlier sessions, and I don't remember all of them, but please, we'd be happy to answer anything further. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll come back to those later then. Mo and then Ivan. Mo?
Thank you so much, and thank the Secretary for the clarification. So the total approval of the initial resource mobilization reaches 5.5, among them some for the projects and others for the budget, but then what is consumed kind of or ring fence now is 5.5. So it's good. We'll have that as this kind of clarification. I don't know where we are, so I don't know how to engage in a way. If we are engaging in the whole document, I can engage because I saw colleagues going all the way until 20, I don't know what at the end. I saw colleagues coming back on some of our inputs, like paragraph 6. Somebody was questioning why do we request the SCF? It's simply because the SCF mandate is to support the COP in fulfilling its functions, and one of the functions, very clear functions in Decision 5 CP19, please read it, is to prepare an assessment of the scale of finance necessary to assist developing countries in achieving the goals of the Convention, of course, and the Paris Agreement, and this is important to inform the processes. So this is one of the functions of the COP. I don't know if we as 194, 95 countries can sit together and do that, but my understanding of the functions of the SCF, that the SCF would do that. So, and this is very important and crucial in this year. So it doesn't come from me or from the African group, it comes from an agreement by all parties decided to do that, and it comes in a timely manner because this is the time that we should do it. Second, on the policies, many of the policies here they go in the micromanagement part. I see some of the elements here like approval of the budgets of the independent units. I mean, this is very interesting. So if we are going in requesting the board to do something that is, if this is not micromanagement, what would be micromanagement? So I see elements here that does not fit. I would say, at least to my understanding, like 16 and 17 and some others. So I don't know how we're going to deal with that. Should we highlight those elements that we believe are micromanagement, or should we take things? I'm in your hands. Policies of anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism. Those already, like, a lot of work has been done. Then it's in the hands of the board. Should we highlight them here as issues that needs to be finalized soon? And if we are doing so, is it intervening in the work of the board? I see that the ones on the policies for the prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse of authority. I think there was a code of conduct that was put forward and a lot of work that has been done. I don't know if it was, I don't recall if it was approved, but I think so. Not yet, but I mean, those are elements that go very much in a lot of details. If we encourage the board to continue to consider private sector funding proposals, I don't know if the board has told us or anybody has told us that the board decided not to continue private sector funding proposals. Is there anything that says that? Why are we, having some kind of language that says encourage the board to continue and encourage the board to expedite the formulation and approval process of funding proposals? I don't know, because at the beginning we said that we welcome the rapid scaling up of funding proposals approvals, then we are encouraging them to do something else. So I'm just putting those elements. I think it needs like a very thorough revision and make sure that we are not giving conflicting messages, and also to make sure that what we are putting here is not micromanagement, but at the same time we're giving the right indicators to the board or the right message to the board within the what we would like to see the board doing, rather than identifying elements of why are we giving this budget even to this unit, why don't we increase it or decrease it? I mean, if we go this way, there will be a lot of interesting discussions in this room that we have seen in other places. We shouldn't be repeating them. Very briefly on the policies part that you have here from 10, I don't know, all the way to 25, I think these like to be very streamlined. And many elements there should be revisited. Program priorities, I don't know if what we have there makes sense. Governance and decision making of the board, there is already a discussion in the board on that. I don't know if we want to engage in that, saying that develop and expedited matter procedures for adopting decisions in the event of all efforts, blah blah blah, and then calls the board to be flexible in assuring that decision-making in absence of consensus covers at least the operational and so on and so forth. Those are elements that I think under consideration by the board. We can, I don't know if we want to bring them forward or not. On the SCF, as some colleagues have questioned, the AGN proposal on that, it is fulfilling a mandate that we have as COP, or the COP has given itself a mandate on the arrangement between the COP and the GCF, and it relates to providing information for the replenishment process or inform the replenishment process, and it does not direct the replenishment process, but it has to inform it, and it's a mandate that we already have in decisions. Last point on the adaptation fund, I think there was a discussion on the adaptation fund and the linkage between the adaptation fund and the GCF. The Secretariat has identified what is being discussed now, enhanced engagement framework. And I think, as was mentioned by some, it is under the discussions that we have under the APA. At the same time, it's under discussions between the board of the GCF and the adaptation fund. Progress in the discussions is something that we can highlight the importance of enhancing this kind of engagement. But deciding on what exactly we want to see as kind of linkage. I don't know if it would fit under our mandate, or like we would like to do that now or maybe next year, or but I'm flexible in the hands of the SCF. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. We have still Ivan, Jose, Peter, and Paul as well, but we're actually trying to wrap up because we need to move forward with the Jeff discussion, change room as well, and change co-facilitator as well. Just you will have a whole new scene setting. But yeah, we will give you all the floor, but just to let you know, we will come forward with a way on moving forward on this issue. So if you can just keep it very brief and to the point, that would be very much appreciated. But we want to make sure that we have all views. So Ivan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to be very brief. I think that a perspective from the ground is going to help you understand why this issue of micro projects is so important. In most of the developing countries, the project development process is heavily mediated by international accredited entities, and for them, it's not attractive to deal with small projects. So they persuade countries to go for big projects, and usually those either take longer or are not well targeted for the communities that Paul was mentioning, the most vulnerable communities. So obviously we cannot micromanage things, but we should be able to help the COP to provide guidance in relationship to where we want to take the Green Climate Fund in the future for the benefit of the Paris Agreement. And that's something that I think we can do here. Thank you.
Very much to the point and a good message for all of us. Jose, followed by Peter, and then Paul and Rebecca. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Vicky. I'm going to be very brief. I agree with colleagues that we shouldn't reopen the discussions we had in other fora. I have to admit, less constructive fora than this one, hopefully. I think that we managed to carefully find a balance on the first formal launch of the launching of the first formal replenishment of the GCF under decision B21/18. So I would very much welcome if we could not deviate from the language we agreed there, which can help us in reach a landing zone rather sooner than later.
Thank you very much. Just two small points. One is on the micromanagement, because it was picked up and I mentioned it first thing. But yeah, I think people that have been in this discussion know exactly what micromanagement is in this case. I mean, if we just repeating and saying that the GCF should have a policy, and I think that is not micromanagement. Micromanagement is saying and it should contain this and this, and you should complete it by then and then. And I also think that the fact that something is on the agenda of the GCF has proven that it's not will actually be decided by the GCF. So I think repeating things that are on the agenda but have not been decided yet, I think makes sense. Repeating things that have been decided, that does not make any sense. The other one is on the relative and absolute terms of the small scale projects. I think we can all understand that small scale projects will, in relative terms, always be at a disadvantage because they are small. And when I hear the numbers, what I understood is that there are 36, micro and medium-sized projects out of the 96, which is 1/3 of the portfolio, which I think is good. Yes, if you look at it in relative terms, it's a lot less, of course, because they're smaller projects. So please compare these things on absolute terms and don't look at the relative terms, because I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Well, the 12% is 11 projects over the 93. That's quite true. But it's not 12% of $4.5 billion. So I think the indicator that's much more relevant is the funds allocated are below 3%, which is the figure that comes from the Secretariat of the Green Climate Fund. So we can look at the number of projects or the number of the micro and small projects, and that is more satisfactory. But the amount of money being assigned, quite obviously, since they're small projects, is much less. So that's where we get into the imbalance. And I think we would be deceiving ourselves if we think that this is balanced when so few of the funds are being used. Whereas you have, on the other hand, projects for $270 million that are a third floor bank, where you're going to have the overhead of the GCF, the overhead of a second floor bank, the overhead of a first floor bank, and the overhead of an NGO or entity that is to finally assign the funds in a loan. Add up those overheads and let's see what we get. And that would be a very nice suggestion for looking at the small projects with more cariño, more favorably. Thank you.
I just wanted to talk a little bit about the micromanaging question. I think we had tried to put in our submission, we tried to flag policies that had been on the agenda for multiple, at least one or two board meetings, and were sort of ready to go and just have not been high enough priority to be passed. And so I think far from micromanaging, these are policies that have gone through committees or have been already worked on by the secretariat or the board, and we're just trying to note the priority of those policies. And I think that that's not micromanaging, that's helping provide guidance, which is our role here. I think one thing that to me would be micromanaging would be starting to provide guidance on how to move forward on the SAP, when we all know that the SAP decision involves a review after a set number of projects. And so to me, the SAP sort of comes with its own review, comes with its own way of the board reevaluating its effectiveness. I don't think providing guidance on that is useful, but I do think helping to prioritize projects that have not been able to be actually considered by the board is a useful function for the guidance.
I think that there's sort of a dismissal of this entire process that, oh, this doesn't really matter at all because they won't pay any attention to this guidance. They're more important than you would think, because there's a culture of the COPE mandated this or the COPE mandated that. And when you have a COPE mandate, that's serious business. So, the COPE is the superior body over the board. The COPE created the Green Climate Fund, and the Green Climate Fund reports to the COPE. So COPE mandates are important, and some of these things will be taken very much into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I hear that we have one virtual participator as well from the Yungo. So could we give the floor to the youth?
And I'm the focal point for, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so my name is Dayina Shager. I'm Yungo focal point present here today. I would like to actually ask two questions. The first one is about the appointment of the IBD International Banks for Construction and Development as trustees for the Green Climate Fund. Is there a clause or an article or paragraph in the recommendations that will elaborate a little bit on the nature of interactions between the GCF and the appointed trustees? And the second question is to the Green Climate Fund. Is there any developments and improvements on how they interact with the civil societies in developed countries? Is it always through the country's focal points, or have they come up with a new improvement towards reaching out to the civil society directly? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your questions. Unfortunately, we run out of time now to respond to it, but I've noted them down and we make sure that we provide you with a response to those. So actually now we do have to move to the fishbowl. I'm going to call it a fishbowl just to know in which mood I am. But I do want to thank you all for providing good input. Just to let you know, on the GCF, we will be restructuring the text, taking into account suggestions that were made in the room. We also heard very clearly that there is a response to, to have a look at it from merging options as well. So we will do our best on that one as well, and have a focus on strategic discussions, but also hearing other parties, members that have a very clear priority, so that we will also try to reflect. This is a very brief wrap up of this because we have to move to the other table and to the Jeff, which is as equally important. So thank you all, and I hope we can move forward to it. Thanks.
Okay, colleagues, we'd like to.
Yes, please push them.
Yes. Okay, so guidance discussion, please go to the fishbowl. Or at least take your conversation outside this room, please.
Yes, so I guess what we've done in the new sets of the recommendation, and I think that hopefully you've all received the new set of the recommendation. It's almost, we're down to a page now. We're down to a page, and you would see that we've now clusterized the recommendations into 3 sections, and the 3 sections are the 3 chapters of the BA. Omar.
Jose, please leave the room. Fishbowl waiting for you. Or rabbit hole, or whatever you want to call it. Guidance people, please.
Yes, you're coming back in an hour. If you're nice. If you're nice, you're coming back in an hour. All right, so we have now the recommendations as I presented in, under 3 headings or sections, and those are the sections of the BA. So it's methodologies, overview, and assessment. So hopefully we've done a good job at capturing your comments, reworking, deleting, streamlining. We've wanted for each recommendation to be as crisp as possible. So for instance, where there was existing ongoing work, we've tried to identify the specific agenda items. So for instance, 9.7, which deals with ex post reporting, APA 5, Article 2. There was, I think, a request from, was it from Erin? Or on ensuring that the next BA would be done in.
That was from Leah.
From Leah, yes. Yeah. Would be, to strive to ensure that we capture all the relevant information dealing with issues under the Article 2 chapeau in our next BA. Floor is open for comments.
And we'll also.
What are we doing? We are finalizing, hopefully, this time the recommendation.
So we'll ask Cassie will now put it on the screen, just so that it's a bit easier to follow, hopefully, and everyone should have a paper copy of the latest version of the recommendations.
And this time is not in track changes anymore, so you have it in. We're going into the 7th draft.
And maybe just sort of in terms of background a bit, Sani and I were kind of debated among ourselves as to, because some of the recommendations seem to be sort of on things that are happening elsewhere anyway, under Article 9.7 and so on. So in order not to make us look stupid, so that, we don't know what's going on elsewhere, we've now sort of we kind of debated between whether those should be taken out altogether, but we then sort of thought that actually it's useful to keep it in, but then make a very explicit reference that's really sort of building on the progress made so far and the ongoing work and so on. So we've added that kind of language to at least to the recommendation 47A, and also I think it's on the 47D where there's a reference to the to the ongoing work under the APA. I mean, we also recognize that colleagues will only have received the paper copies now, so if you want to take like 5 or 10 minutes just to go through the text, I think that, okay, great. So we'll give you max 10 minutes and we'll go and get a cup of coffee because as Tracy was saying, apparently there's also food and coffee outside. So we'll take a break and we'll continue in 10 minutes and then go through the recommendations, and hopefully will then be very close to finalizing them. Also wanted to highlight, just for transparency's sake, that the bubbles diagram has now been transformed into drops in the ocean type diagram, where sort of, so that would be on page 11, where the flows, and Kathy will just put it on the screen as well. So where the flows are sort of shown as drops, because that's something that's moving, and then the stocks are shown as rocks. That's something that sort of stable. So that's and then we would like to keep this version for this BA, but we'll now sort of yeah.
I was originally going to object to I wasn't sure if they were teardrops or raindrops or, and the drops in the ocean also is not a helpful, I think, metaphor. No. That would be, but actually,
Randy, would you permit me? There are drops in the bucket.
Yeah, but I appreciate the creative and artistic thought underlying it, which I did not get in the beginning, of the rain and the rocks. So I'll give it some more consideration, but we'll see.
Yeah, please give it some more, because we're trying to visualize sort of a stock and the flow and the sort of the drops were the best we could think of. Saini.
Some of those drops are actually tears indeed. But
feeds them into spigots.
Yeah, some of them More?
Hey, just very quickly, I mean, on this tears, drops, / whatever it is, investment in fossil fuel supply, which is, I mean, was it in the previous one? Can you just tell me, like, I understand the fossil fuel subsidies, I understand that, but fossil fuel supply, what
actually the bigger number was the one in there.
So I mean,
the total investment.
Total investments on fossil fuel in general?
1.4 trillion in 20, actually we have less now. I think we had 1.4 trillion in the last BA. We have at least the fossil fuel subsidies vis-a-vis renewable subsidy, if you want to link the two, but we had the larger amount in the first one.
Yeah, so what I mean, and because the one I have is not very clear and I have not very good sight. So if you have investment in fossil fuel supply, there should be also investment in renewable energy, right?
Which somewhere is there?
Somewhere there. Where?
Yes. Also, yeah.
Where?
It's in the
investment in renewable energy. Those are the subsidies.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually under the climate finance flows. It's it's 260. The figure is 269, so it's part of the 681. But do you want to separately?
And yeah. So and then when you say climate finance flows, I mean this includes what? includes what the climate finance flows. I don't know. I mean, like with those tiers and or drops, and I cannot really read the key that what is down there. But anyway, I mean, like I would like to see like the investment in fossil and renewable energy as a separate drop. And then just to yeah, and for the time being, and then on the recommendations, I thought, I mean, I see here that you went like chapter by chapter, but there were two elements that I highlighted like as to be put away from the chapters, which is generic ones. One is to engage with the SCF activities. I mean, encourage the partners or the parties to engage with the SCF activities. You have it, okay, including the forum. Okay, maybe I'm still reading, so I'm and the adaptation mitigation balance. But if they're there, that's fine.
Mo, is it the encouragement to participate in the forum? They don't not part. They do not part. I mean, because I was thinking they do participate in the forum, right? Do you have a problem with E? You're not the only one. You're not the only one, but no, I'm looking for language. No. Do you want to work on providing further guidance? Do you want to turn it the other way around? You want to invite COP to provide guidance on enhancing?
My problem with E is that domestic flows. So I do understand that developing countries are encouraged to report on the support received. This is one thing, needed and received. But domestic flows is totally different issue, and it doesn't show up in to my understanding. And please correct me if I'm wrong. If it shows up anywhere that developing countries should.
So we just say reporting on climate finance.
Climate finance in general is fine.
So
but domestic flows, I mean, because I would also ask the developed countries to report on their own investments in their own countries on renewable. I mean, it doesn't make sense in some cases. So just make it generic.
We make it climate finance,
and we hope it's not repeated somewhere else. I mean, like we are not saying climate finance somewhere else. I mean, the next one.
Sorry, where is the domestic? Is it in N? In N, there is to strengthen institutional capacity for tracking climate finance at the domestic level. So we can get rid of domestic level and just tracking climate finance. I delete in E I delete the domestic. I replace it by climate finance. Yes, Randy.
As maybe an alternative proposal to that, because I think a number of us have highlighted the importance, just considering that lack of data on domestic flows is a recurring issue throughout this report and throughout all three BAs. But rather than making the domestic flows, changing that to climate finance, I think you can make it more generic by dropping developing country parties. And then making it just a generic parties and but on domestic.
Okay, so all parties. Is that, can we live with that? Okay. Deal? Of course, you can always engage, you should engage.
I don't know where we are because I see people still reading the document, so I don't want to.
We're not anywhere in particular. We're
I
not
thought that
doing
we are
a
going
line
to
by
get a
line,
coffee from
para by
outside, but
para.
anyway.
Did you take the floor? You
okay.
Hopefully take it once.
No, well, once is this is difficult. So, and in paragraph I, to request the SCF to continue its work mapping of available databases that integrate climate change consideration into insurance, lending, and investments, and then this is 2.1c here. Then you have P, which is again 2.1c. Almost. So you have two paragraphs that talks about 2.1c, and there is no paragraph anywhere here that talks about the needs, assessment of needs. I don't see it happening anywhere unless I missed that. Then a third point is relates to, sorry. To
L is needs.
Huh?
L as needs.
Okay. On F, request the SCF to assess gaps and barriers on reporting of climate finance provided by developing country parties. This is F. With a view to enhance reporting of climate finance provided to developing country parties. So you have. Is it?
That's the Peter paragraph.
Is it Peter? This is the South. This is the.
Yes. So maybe you can give some clarification.
I can see two Peter's paragraphs there. This one and the one on gender. You can see two Peter's paragraphs.
So that's where Peter will definitely, yes, enlighten us.
Maybe we can highlight, just say Peter's paragraphs. Now, I think this goes to the point of the South-South flows, and these are developing country parties that provide funding to other developing country parties. And there are many of them, and they're mentioned also in the report. A number of them are mentioned. There are a number of developing countries that contribute to the GEF, to the GCF, and those kinds of organizations and countries are not reporting. I think that is something that it's really important to capture, because it comes out of the report that these kinds of flows are growing, but the information about this is very scattered. And so we're always talking about developed country parties reporting, but there are developing countries that provide support for climate action in other developing countries. And they're not reporting this. So the question is, why? I mean, yeah, sorry. So that's why it says developing countries to developing countries. It's, if you have another formulation for that, I'm open to it. But I think we need to capture something on enhancing reporting by, parties providing support on a voluntary basis to developing country parties.
So we all that there is the line is Ismo, Ivan, and Erin, and Mo. So okay, hopefully by the time we get to Mo, but okay, Ismo, Ivan and Erin.
Thanks, Saini. Two brief comments. I was flipping through in this booklet that is always very handy. Our mandates from COP16, 17, and also last year from the Fiji Bond COP in context of the review of the functions of the SCF. And I just have two comments on that basis on F and L in the recommendations, namely that I think both of those recommendations are important, but they don't seem to be exactly within our mandate on one hand, and on the other, and more importantly, are we going to be able to manage all this? Because if we, for example, start in the context of the future BAs, assessing available information on investment needs related to the parties' NDCs, this is a mountain of work to be undertaken. And a little bit similar also on F. So I think that it's important that we raise those topics, but somehow also recognize our resources. On F, perhaps we can just scale down the language a little bit, just to mention within the framework of the next BA or something like that. And then I think L should really be reconsidered. Thanks.
Ivan and then Erin.
Thank you. I do like the new structure better. In G, I would like to reiterate my correction. Should be forests, plural, and maybe we could delete the sectors at the end of the paragraph. Yeah. On E, again, I think that when we talk about long-term goal of the Paris Agreement, we are referring to part A, not really part C of Article 2.1. Of Article 2, paragraph 1. On E, paragraph E.
I.
Oh, I'm sorry. I. Yeah. So, yeah. So I don't think we can refer to it as long-term goal.
So we delete long-term. So we delete long-term goal.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, let me try to make a picture speak better than me. I was suggesting to have an additional diagram that would relate different biennial assessments. So something like this could show not only the overall assessment of finance flows, but the evolution over time of finance flows. So in other words, I would like to see how the onion can be cut across in different times. So we have already 3 biennial assessments. So we can see how much financing has been changing over time. And I don't think it's something that will require a lot of manpower. It's just to portray the time dimension of the trends we are talking about on paragraph 35.
The issue that we have with comparability on the high bound estimate for global climate finance flows that has been reported in the previous biennial assessments is the change in methodologies for estimating the underlying segments of that. And with that change in methodology from one particular source in particular, which is quite a big part of say it's 680 billion is the current figure, and it's about 250 of that, 200 billion of that is a result of a change of methodology that would have been much higher in previous BAs. So the comparability element, because of that change, only goes back to 2014, where we have a number on how that new methodology has been implemented only back to 2014. So the worry would be that you're not comparing the same
onions to onions.
Onions, yeah. You're comparing apples and onions.
Sorry to cut in, but so basically what Padraig is saying that instead of having sort of 3 data points, you only have 2 data points.
What we can do is 3 data points, but from the annual 2014, 2015, 2016, rather than the average of 2011 and 2012, and the average of 2013, 2014, and the average of 2015.
But I mean, this is the kind of discussion we need to be having right now, and I think there's still things that could be done quite quickly. So is it worthwhile trying to illustrate sort of the data points that we have on comparable basis, 14, 15, 16? Would that sort of help you?
Yeah, that's actually, we have to start at some point, and it doesn't matter if we cannot go way back, but as long as we can start showing it and even blur the parts that are not consistent enough across time, we could have a better understanding of not just the composition of funding, but how it has been growing.
So we do have a table in the technical report that talks about the differences that have happened, and so that can be a graph that can visualize that, I think.
Maybe we could give that as a homework for the team to see if that, and then we would perhaps then take the decision tomorrow morning once we see, whether that sort of adds value, and if it does, then we can still sort of have time to incorporate it in the summary.
Erin, now maybe.
Thank you. I'm just looking at figure 2, the drop model, and I guess for me personally, I understood figure 2.1 a bit better. To me, it was a bit easier to read, but that's not my most significant comment. I just like to go to A47A under the recommendations. So I can understand here the intent is to properly reflect Article 9.7 in the Paris Agreement. And so it's important, I think, to recognize that 9.7 applies to developed countries and then encourages other parties. And so I would request that the wording be slightly adjusted to say something of that nature. So request developed countries and encourage other parties. I don't think it's appropriate to specifically only target developed countries, but understanding that this article applies to both groups. And then I don't know if we need to specifically say under substa here. I think you can probably just leave it general at Article 9.7 of the Paris Agreement. I don't think you need that specification. And then my other comment is on, I guess then if those changes are made to A, I don't understand what the value added of paragraph B is. If I'm missing something, please point it out. But I guess if those changes are made, then I think paragraph A captures everything we want to say. And then on the last paragraph, paragraph P, I'm just wondering if there's been a mistake made, if that should say Article 2.1c specifically. It seems to apply to all of the goals of the Paris Agreement under Article 2, and I'm not sure if that's the intent.
On that question, yes, because it was actually we've received comments from a number of colleagues. I mean, those who were interested in 2.1c, those who only had the A, and at the end of the day, it was okay. Let's have Article 2, then everybody is covered.
I guess so my concern there would be that it's very broad to take into consideration available information relevant to all goals of the Paris Agreement. I'm not quite sure, to me, in the value of making such a broad recommendation. Is there a section of the report, the underlying report, that I could look at to give me more information on that?
Not in specific, we're drafting a recommendation for further work.
Nothing specific.
Yeah, because this is
then
a recommendation.
I would question why then we are including that as a recommendation if there's nothing in the underlying report.
as I indicated, we are including it because there was a request. I think the first language, and you would have it, the first language was around 2 degree and 1.5, and some had a difficulty with 2 degree and 1.5, and said, okay, it's better to have all the elements, and of course in a financial term. So if this as well doesn't, if this doesn't fly, then we'll delete the whole thing.
I think I'll reflect on that further, but thank you for the clarification in terms of the motivation for at least including this.
And on your point, your point on A, this is taken into consideration, and the further point on this sort of making B irrelevant, I think we'll also ask. I think Vicky had a specific point on B, so we'll ask her if this would be enough to Mo and then Randy.
So, just to, well, I mean, this is actually a response to what Erin was saying while he's sort of reflecting the unclear wording or the sort of this very general wording on with reference to Article 2. So just to read out the specific proposal that we got was request the SCF to consider preparing its 2020 BA in accordance with the goal of holding the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels and pursuing efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial levels as outlined in the Paris Agreement. So that was the specific wording suggestion that we got. So with a sort of to do the next BA in line with the 1.5 degree and the IPCC special report, and we then sort of with the further iterations that Zeni and I did with the team and with talking with a few colleagues around the table, thought that perhaps this more sort of generic wording would be would have a better chance of getting the support of the whole committee. But if then the wording that we have here is not helpful, then I think we might just sort of delete it altogether. I mean, that's just as the inverse of background. Sorry.
Mo and Randy.
Thank you, Chair. On 47A, I think it reflects what we have agreed in Paris, so it stays as is. I think we shouldn't be playing with it. 47A. It requests developed countries. This is what we agreed in Paris, so I think it should stay. Sorry, the full text. The full
text. Actually, the reason why we introduce the 9.7 was to be specific. So that's that to respond to Erin's point that that's why we included 9.7. Now she said, okay, well, let's include the whole request developed countries and the whole wording others. Of the agenda item. So that's what
if you want to encourage others, it's encourage.
Yeah, so that's what we will do.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Then my other I think remark is like you have B, E, and N. The three of them kind of talk to the same issue, kind of. So if there is a possibility to streamline, you encourage parties providing climate finance to enhance their reporting. And then E, encourage developing countries. Then we are working with something here like it's all parties, my understanding. And then and also if I think Randy was saying encourage all parties. So if you have the three of them talking to all parties, then there is a space to rationalize or streamline. Then on I see 2.1c coming in I see 2.1c coming on O. I see 2.1c coming on P. So we have 3 paragraphs that deals with 2.1c in a different formulations, or it says different messages, but it ends as 2.1c. For me, it should be 1 paragraph, generic paragraph. We don't. Our mandate in this BA was not 2.1c. We acknowledge that it will be taken forward in a later stage, but until we agree on 2.1c as it stands now, I think as part of the negotiations, and the African group has put strong concerns on how 2.1c is being put forward in the negotiation. So we will not be in a position to accept 2.1c put in a different formulations once by not saying it, and another time by saying it, and another third time is referring to the whole Article 2. So just to highlight that. I think there's also possibility to merge J with G. So we encourage all the climate finance providers, blah, 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 to enhance the availability of granular country-level data on mitigation, adaptation, finance. And we can also merge there, including elements that relates to tracking and reporting of gender aspects and so on and so forth. So it's a possibility to consider like having both of them in one paragraph. While acknowledging that there is a request that SCF do further work on gender, and I'm fine with that, but I think it needs to, we need to also do some work on other stuff, not only gender. So if we have a very specific paragraph on gender, some of us will ask to balance it with like funding provided for other, but I'm just proposing an idea of merging. We can look into that. If colleagues are very strong on the gender, which I know that we have a mandate, so we can work on around the language. Thank you. Sorry, and the last point, sorry, Randy. The last point is the issue of country ownership. We provided language before, I know, because it was very GCF oriented and people didn't like it. So one thing is, like an idea is to encourage climate finance providers to continue ensuring that to continue to enhance the country ownership, building on the experience and applied practices by accredited entities of the financial mechanism. So this is another way of doing it. It is highlighting the importance of country ownership, and it is, it goes along with other paragraphs that we had here, where we encourage climate finance providers to do something. So it is again to enhance and ensure the country ownership, and we are asking them to build on the experience or take into consideration the experiences or the experience and applied practices and policies by the accredited entity of the financial mechanism. We are not telling them to do specific policies, but we are encouraging them to do that and to build on success stories that as we see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. Randy.
Thanks. Sorry, just scrolling through to see what needs mentioning. On paragraph 14, I think the last sentence there, it would probably be best just to say, nevertheless, provision of such information would be useful, and not to further get into in light of the enhanced transparency framework of the Paris Agreement, which just has implications for whether or not, because the first sentence is about current BOR guidelines, and just so we're not conflating, the current guidelines and what may or may not be required under what we eventually decide under Paris. I think that's just the easiest way for everyone. Paragraph 32, I do think it's a minor edit, but I do think it's useful just to properly caveat the work that we're doing here. So paragraph 32, investment decision-making processes, and that include information that may be relevant to tracking consistency with the long-term goal, just because, again, as we had talked about before, this is still early stages, and we don't want to purport that we're rendering any decision or that we've come to some concrete decision on what is or is not relevant to this. We're kind of still in an exploration stage. I had a question about some of the numbers in paragraph 35 and a couple other places, but I'll maybe just check with you guys offline, as it's just a accuracy or inaccuracy thing. It's not really a broader point. Paragraph 37, I think it should just begin with with regards to geographic distribution, comma, Asia as a whole remains the principal recipient. Just the sentence, there remains regional differences in the delivery of climate finance. Of course, it's true on its face as a statement, but it's just, I think we have to go beyond just whether or not a statement in isolation is true to, what's the implication or what's the, what's the optics of that. Certainly it's not a principle, or I don't think anyone thinks it's necessarily desirable that volumes to climate finance would be equal to all regions. And I don't think that that's what we are trying to call out, that there's an inequality in terms of it's not, equally proportioned flows to all regions. So I think we should just use more neutral language and say with regards to geographic distribution, comma, Asia as a whole. Paragraph 38, a similar approach. I think it begins by trying to paraphrase the Paris Agreement. I think as a general rule, we would all agree trying to paraphrase anything in Paris, let alone pick a single thing, is going to be quite difficult to reach agreement on. So for that paragraph, I would just start with regards to flows to LDCs and SIDS, comma, in 2015 and 2016. So it's just the facts type of approach. Getting now to the recommendations, so paragraph 47. I think there's been multiple comments on paragraph A, and I still need to do some of my own thinking about it. I think the way that we have the paragraphs organized, just needs a little bit further consideration. My suggestion was either to remove any of the mentions to Article 9 and Article 13 and just say building on progress made so far and ongoing work. So that way we avoid having to devise recommendations that are consistent with all of our interpretations of the Paris Agreement. But in any case, if we would preserve references to the articles in the Paris Agreement, I think we would also mean to include Article 13. But then that also, again, will have implications on words like encourage and request, because these words are not used consistently in both of those places. So it's difficult to pick one in this context. I think B should be retained. On E, I did take Mohammed's point on that some of these things are speaking to all parties, so maybe that can be specified and those can be brought to a single section. Let's see what else. I think there was also as part of that suggestion, but maybe I misheard, was to incorporate N, but maybe it was another letter that I heard, but it was three things that you were saying could possibly be generalized to all parties. I think that B and E that probably works for, but if it was N, I don't see N as being included there, but maybe I misheard. And then a question about O. I can try to go check this myself, but for whoever proposed O, is this, I know there was a similar reference to this buried that I don't think we've ever discussed, or I've never heard anyone actually reference or recognize. There's language kind of to this effect somewhere in the decision text of 1 CP21. Is this consistent with that language, or is this verbatim that language? And if not, maybe we should just check what that language is and check for consistency between the two. But I'm in the process of checking that myself. But just in case whoever proposed that happens to know that they picked that from whatever paragraph of the of 1 to CP21, that would be helpful.
I'm being told that O is, was proposed by Gemma. And so it's a direct quotation from, paragraph 43 of 1 CP21 with the, except the in line with new available scientific information. So. That was Leah's proposal to capture IPCC work without mentioning IPCC. I don't know if it is, if it is, I don't want to use the Arabic word. We found a conclusion on F, Mo. The request the SCF to assess gaps and barriers. What do we do? Where are we on this one now? Well, I mean, I'm in your hand. I'm the one who's happy to keep it the way it is. So, should we? Okay.
Thank you so much. I mean, now we are giving a clear request for the SCF, so we're adding to the mandate of the SCF to do something that is, I don't see it happening or being requested in any of the decisions or in the Paris Agreement or in the Convention that talks to South-South cooperation. South-South cooperation or funding or support provided by developing countries to other developing countries, there is an encouragement as per the different paragraphs under Article 9 to do that. So either on voluntary basis or other parties are encouraged to do so. By having this very clear paragraph there, then we are shifting from encouragement into having something that is out of the mandate. Unless we have a clarity on the South-South cooperation under a specific decision, then until then I'm not in a position to accept this. Second point, I know that South-South cooperation is being dealt with under UNCTAD. UNCTAD is the UN agency that deals with South-South cooperation as per the mandates. So I don't want to come here and replicate or do something that is being done by some other organizations. Yes, as it stands now, as it is, I cannot support it.
Okay, so can we have maybe a yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. And I see Randy and Peter.
On this, maybe a suggestion that might be helpful along the lines of some of the other suggestions that you had made, Mohammed, but for this one to generalize it as well by striking, so they would say request the SCF to assess the gaps and barriers in reporting of climate finance provided by, you strike developing country and just say parties that provide but do not report on support, and then with a view to enhancing reporting of climate finance provided to developing country parties.
Peter.
Yeah, I think. Well, yeah, I think that's a good proposal. I think, and yeah, it clearly says that parties that do not report on this, because this is what we want. There are many parties that at this point do not report on their climate finance. So I think it's a good proposal. Thank you.
Yeah, well.
Okay, let me be very clear. I mean,
we have 5 minutes to come to a conclusion.
I'm not against like them reporting, but until they have a mandate to report, then I don't see adding another level of work for the SCF that is not built on anything that requests them to do that. If they are encouraged, if they are as per voluntary basis, then why would I say I'm assessing the gaps and barriers on the reporting? If they come forward and say, yes, please help us in that, I'm more than willing. So if through a decision in the coming COP, say like in the finance decision, including on the one on the LTF, we can have this moved from here and put in the LTF decision or the finance decision, and then we can build on it and come back to the SCF. But until then, now as it stands, even with the very interesting formulation that is put forward by Randy, which says developing countries, but without saying developing countries, it does not, I mean, fly, because even at the end you say with a view to enhance reporting on climate finance provided to developing countries. I mean, this is a South-South cooperation has not been part of any discussions. There was an encouragement to parties who are doing so to report on if they like, and they report on voluntary basis, and they are encouraged even to do that. And there is still under discussions, how are they going to report on that? So how can I say, what are the gaps and barriers on the reporting if they don't have even a reporting mechanism or reporting template or anything. And this is part of a discussion that we are having under 9.7 and 9.5 and the finance discussion in general. So I am just prejudging this the outcome of discussion by saying, now I'm going to assess the gaps and barriers you guys are facing on something that you're not requested to do, and you don't have even like a template to do, or you don't have a methodology to do, but I'm going to assess the gaps and barriers. Doesn't make sense for me. I mean, from the logical point of view. In addition to the point of view that there is no requirement whatsoever to do that. If they want to do it, they can do it on voluntary basis, and the way they want to do it, and they can, of course, follow whatever is there for developed countries reporting if they want. If they don't want, they don't want. I mean, why I'm trying to insert something that is not in any decision that I know of, and is not in the Paris Agreement, is not in the convention. I do understand that it is to understand the bigger landscape, but this bigger landscape, we have a focus, we are fulfilling the mandate, and we are working on. I'm fine with including some elements in the big report on South-South cooperation. I didn't object to that, although it is not a mandate, but I'm fine because it gives the bigger picture. But if we are taking it forward by establishing a process of assessing gaps and barriers for something that does not exist, for me, then this is a no-go thing. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm trying to see who is requesting for the floor. Peter and Fiona, and then I'll try to find a solution because because I'm trying to understand if the idea here, so there's there's those developing countries who are providing finance are reporting and some are not reporting, if I understand. So my point is, what do we want? We want those who are reporting to report in a certain manner, or is it those who are not reporting, we want to encourage them to report? So it's an encouragement or an invitation for those who are not reporting to report. That's what we want. Okay. Peter.
I don't know whether I should say anything because yes, that's all.
Okay, so then if that's my understanding, then I can propose language. I just wanted to make sure about what me understanding what's there, and then we present a language, and then if that language is not still, doesn't fly, then we out. Fiona?
No, thanks. You've covered my point, but I just wanted to reiterate that the whole point of this exercise, one of the points of this exercise is to highlight where the gaps are so that we can create a whole, as complete as possible, a picture of global climate finance flows. And the onion layers clearly show that there are some strengths and some weaknesses, and this is simply one way. It's not prescriptive. It's not trying to say the developing countries have to report. It's the request to the SCF to see how we can improve where those gaps are. So that's my overall point. Thanks.
So I was wondering if we could actually work on E, because E already has an encouragement, and we had decided that we'll make it to all parties. So if we can work with E to encourage all parties providing climate finance to just report. Yes?
I mean, I think very clearly something that, needs to come out in this is that there's just objectively, right, even at a technical level, 3 major data gaps that come out. One is on private, in particular on certain sectors we've identified, and I think clearly established that there. A second is on domestic flows. I think it's difficult to mix with the other sentence, because in the domestic context, I think with the solution that we had discussed and that Mohammed and others seemed open to was about making that not just for developed or developing countries. So then if you try to qualify that by saying providers of support, then it drops out countries who don't provide support. And so it's a distinct thing of domestic, regardless of if you're a provider, recipient, or both. And then there's this third issue of countries who provide support. but do not report it. And of course, but the entire thing is irrespective of whether or not there's a requirement. There's no requirement to report on domestic, yet we're discussing it here because for the purpose of BA, it's a major data gap. The private sector for, industry groups on sustainable transportation aren't legally bound to report, but yet we're talking about it because it's a legitimate, clear technical data gap. So I think that that's the spirit, and there's a rationale to having those laid out distinctly.
So I get it. So we'll keep E for domestic, and we try to work with F, and it would be encourage all parties providing climate finance to report. More?
Again, if you please read the paragraph, it's very specific in requesting the SCF to assess.
No, I have a new para.
Yeah, I mean, if it's the new paragraph, encourage all parties to report.
Encourage all parties providing climate finance to report.
And you have it in B. Just to be very clear, I mean, guys, it's good that we are having this discussion here rather than going to the COP and discuss it there. First, on domestic finance flows, if we as SCF through the BA, we identify the gap that we don't have enough information on domestic flows, I mean, there is nothing says that countries have to report on their domestic flows under any circumstances on related to climate change. But if we as SCF want to go there, then I cannot ask or request countries to provide information on domestic flows and just like that, or encourage them. But I can say that there is a gap, and this gap is clearly highlighted. And then we leave it to the parties when they sit there in the COP and they decide if this is needed or not needed. But I don't think there is any kind of commitment or anything that says countries should report on their budgets, domestic flows, or whatever. It's something that I'm not aware of. Randy said there is no legal obligation, and we have to respect that. Second point is we are talking about South-South cooperation. We are pushing the envelope so far to the extent that the language that is there is assessing gaps and barriers on the reporting of climate finance provided by developing countries. I mean, developing countries are encouraged to send whatever information. If you are saying that we are assessing gaps and barriers, that means that you already have a mechanism or a methodology or a framework for the reporting. You don't have that. And unless you have, until you have that, I cannot assess gaps and barriers. I mean, one of the gaps and barriers I would say, but they are not willing to report. I mean, but the idea itself makes sense, yes, because there are several developing countries. I think a lot of developing countries are providing finance. The idea itself, yes, we can encourage them to provide further information or provide information on the support they provide through the South-South cooperation. We can have something that says that, but cannot have the SCF assessing gaps and barriers in this kind of process. I would encourage them, specifically encourage developing countries providing finance through South-South cooperation, finance for climate change through South-South cooperation, to provide further information in this regard. Full stop. That's it. This is something that is fine. Nobody would object to that. But if I am assessing gaps and barriers, this is totally different ballgame.
We're not assessing gaps and barriers anymore. So this is not on the table.
Yeah, well, I've listened to you and I understand your point. We're not assessing gaps and barriers if that implies indeed that there is a process which is not there. But I think it's a missed opportunity though. But I like the last formulation that you had, encourages parties providing South-South cooperation. I don't know if that was captured, but I think that captures what I would like to say and reflect it here. I need maybe assessing gaps and barriers could come later as we have more experience and if there is an actual framework, but we really need to encourage parties providing South-South cooperation to report more, because it clearly is from the report that this is a gap of information. So,
okay, so we'll work on language. Yes, Randy?
Yeah, I mean, so I get around the gaps and barriers thing, I suppose. I also thought it was a useful suggestion and kind of was not related or was untethered to the upstream decision and under UNFCCC, either the COP or CMA, about what legal obligations were. It was just a data availability, a commentary on data availability, which the BA has to deal with downstream and needs to find better ways to deal with it for future BAs. But I think I would avoid the wording of South-South cooperation just because it's a new term we're inventing. So, okay.
We'll keep it to, a great language. Not what we didn't have that somewhere, but we think we're drafting something on that. Any other requests? Because we'll clean, if not, we'll clean the text and send a new and revise. Yes, Mo.
Thank you. And just to, again, to be very clear on paragraphs I, O, and P, for me, they all read 2.1c. All of them, they read 2.1c in different formulations. So I can accept one paragraph that talks about 2.1c in whatever formulation, but not 3 paragraphs that talks to the issue. On the issue of gender, as I mentioned, I mean, I can work with that, that's fine. But on the 2.1c, I mean, it's very clear how things are. Then there was this language that I proposed on the country ownership. And there was the issue of the forum thing. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take a break. We'll clean this and come back in 10 minutes.
Everyone to join the guidance group in the meantime.
Yeah. So you can all go. Yeah. Yes, Randy.
Sorry, one last thing on subparagraph L, the needs, available information on, I think it would be more clear because this is actually what we do in the assessment chapter, but information on alignment with. So just to insert alignment with after information on in subparagraph L.
Okay, point taken. No, can
Can we go home, or are we supposed to be waiting?
Oh, well, depends on whether you still want to give some input on the next version of the recommendations. If you're okay with whatever we have, then you can go home. If
I'll stay.
Sorry, will both items, the BA and the guidance, will we be receiving new drafts of that, like in the next half hour or something?
I understand that the guidance gang are going to have a very short break, and then they would continue at 5:15 in a sort of informal mode. With those interested in guidance should then go to the fishbowl, and we would try to at least sort of have another look at the next iteration of the summary and recommendations shortly, because we know we're quite short of time, and I mean, we understand that there are colleagues who've got very sort of travel plans. So we just need to. So the amount of time that we'll have tomorrow is going to be very limited. So the more that we can actually make progress tonight, the better.
There's an announcement to be made. Sorry to interrupt. The group on the draft guidance will not be reconvening tonight. The text will be worked on by the co-facilitators based on the comments received, and then they will be circulated tonight. So you can go to the fishbowl room and then collect your belongings, and then we'll be reconvening tomorrow, the draft guidance group. Thank you.
Okay, maybe we'll just sort of provide an update on what the plans are. So we intend to end at 6 o'clock sharp, so almost there. We're hoping to be able to circulate the new version very, very soon. And then Saini and myself, we would just sort of go through what are the changes in that document. And if indeed someone has got some absolutely burning comments, we can take that, but we would not we would have a more sort of substantive discussion on the version that you get shortly tomorrow morning, when we would hope to have a breakout groups on the final 1 hour breakout group on the biennial assessment, and then 1 hour on the guidance in parallel. Okay, gang, you now have in your inboxes the 1735 version of the BA summary and recommendations. So the plan is that, first of all, try to get some SCF members around the table. That's already a good start. And then we would go through the latest draft, just sort of trying to highlight where we made, where some changes have been made. And then if someone has got some really sort of burning comments or technical errors or something, we could obviously entertain those. But the idea is that now this is the version that if anyone who needs to consult with Capital and get some feedback overnight, so this is now the version to send or to consult your colleagues about, and then you will shortly also be receiving the schedule for tomorrow. So there the plan is that we would actually have the more sort of substantive discussion and hopefully be able to sign off on the summary and recommendations tomorrow morning, when there would be 2 parallel sessions, so one on the BA and then one on guidance. Maybe to start, so just to highlight, okay, some of the changes haven't been included. I'm just looking at it now here as well, but okay. There was the, first of all, there was the proposal from Ivan to include the sort of the showed the trend. So perhaps I could ask Patrick to, oh, okay, Patrick's still working on it, okay. So we will, anyway, the idea is that we would do it in stacked bars, and that would probably go, we were just looking for a place for it, so it would go, I guess, sort of between paras 20 and 21, where you have the global finance flows, and you're actually talking about the aggregate numbers. We'll show the figure very shortly. Other than that, then there was this proposal from Mohammed for the I'll call it the teardrops diagram, to also include a teardrop on the renewable energy. So that will be included. It hasn't been included in this version, but we will do that, and we will circulate that to you all later. So there will be some minor changes, but hopefully not too many. Then on the other changes that have been made to the recommendations, Saini, you want to tackle those, or do we want to? Or maybe we just sort of give you, do you want to have 2 minutes to look at it, or? Yeah.
Thank you so much, but I think paragraph 23 doesn't read well as it stands now. It might be, it just because it reads that there was, on the whole, this represents a decrease of approximately 13% compared to so and so and so. And then the next phrase is saying the significant increase from, I mean, it needs just rephrasing, maybe like moving the paragraph here and there, the last one. So total amounts of were channeled through FCC funds in 2015 and 2016. The significant increase was a result of the GCF ramping up operations. So this last phrase would go after the 2016, the second line. And then on the whole, this represents blah, 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 blah. Because as it stands now, it doesn't, I mean, thank you.
3 becomes 2 and 2 becomes 3. Yeah.
Okay, so now what you have on this on the screen is a sort of the trend, exactly, the trend. So we have 3 data points, 2014, 2015, 2016. And this is the information that we can trace back at a comparable basis. So, so it shows the breakdown for a renewable energy, public and private investment, private energy efficiency, other public investments, adaptation, other private investment. Do we want to, is that what we want to call them? Other public investment and other, I mean, I guess it should be sort of like, it's like climate.
The other public investments in the other.
Yeah, but do you want to, why don't you, since you drew this, explain the, rather than.
So these categories represent how the onion has been categorized in the previous BA and in the first version of the onion for this BA, except for it does pull out the adaptation number, and it does include in other private investments some private numbers that were in the previous BA in agriculture and adaptation estimates, plus the electric vehicle numbers that have been added in this BA. And the general idea is that it shows how the overall trend has gone up, but in specific segments, renewable energy has gone down from 2015 to 2016, but energy efficiency and some other segments have managed to account for the fall.
And we would obviously be looking at sort of, making sure that we get a heading or a title for this figure in a way that's that explains what it is, and also we'll need to look at some of the, just some of the other explanations, just to make it very clear that this is sort of tries to show the trend on onion, and Sadie doesn't look happy.
I don't know. I'm just a bit disappointed. I don't know why.
Oh.
I'm looking at it and I'm a bit disappointed. So I don't know. Maybe the graphic. It's maybe the design.
Okay. Sadie is not happy with the design, so we'll. Okay, so Padraig assures us that this is the undesigned version, and that we would look into sort of translating this undesigned version into a designed version.
And what it does is like basically it's renewable energy. I mean, it's renewable energy efficiency. I'm not saying, but it's like this is it. Like this is 80% of climate finance. No. So.
But it's also.
I don't know. Maybe that's true, but it's just that it raises, to me at least more questions than. But we'll see. That's the undesigned. Well.
Okay, so what we would do is to first of all we'll give the floor to Ivan but basically we would try to get a design version of this. We would include it in the document, and then when we come back tomorrow morning in a breakout group, we would see if this sort of adds value or confusion, and if it adds confusion rather than value, then we would need to reassess whether we would keep it or not. Ivan, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry for the underwhelming nature of this graph, but at some point in time, once we have all the different categories of climate finance already settled, it's going to help us to track progress. At this point, what I was told is that these are the only categories that we can actually compare between years. Again, I don't think we should be. I think we can be more ambitious about them. Maybe those that are not comparable can be shown below the horizon, below the baseline, to see what has been happening, because again, I see your point. It shows that it gives the misconception, or it misinforms in some, at some extent, regarding the overall composition of climate finance. But at the same time, I think that we have to start somewhere. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think we may want to sort of, I mean, I'm sure we want to come back to this tomorrow. I do think, I mean, just on my initial reflection, I do think this actually tells quite a lot in some ways. And also, I mean, if we then look at what are the main sources of emissions, you know, they come from the energy sector, the fact that we've actually then been investing a lot in renewable energy and energy efficiency, you know, I think that sort of, you know, fits in with that story. But I mean, you know, it tells different things. So my proposal would be that we perhaps don't want to prolong the discussion on this undesigned version, but we would wait for the designed version and come back to it tomorrow and then see what to do. Ivan, did you want to take the floor again? Yeah. No? Okay. Okay. My computer says it's 18:57, so we stop in 3 minutes. If no one has any burning comments at this stage, so we would just say thank you very much. Thank you for all the hard work. I mean, I think, frankly, I mean, I think the work on the biennial assessment has progressed extremely well. You now have an electronic version, and there will be some minor adjustments to it, including this, you know, getting the designed version of the graph to that. But there shouldn't be any other changes. I mean, we'll see whether we can sort of send another version of the document later today, but it wouldn't sort of change substantially. It would just have this graphic in it. Fiona, do you have no? Okay. So in that case, yes, Ivan, please.
Thank you. Just last short comment on the long-term goal issue. I think you have, well, it has been corrected in the paragraph I was pointing out, but I find the same problem in paragraphs 12, 19, 32, and 45. So maybe we can check that for consistency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we reconvene at 9 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning, and then I understand the proposal is to have a very short plenary, and then we would go into breakout groups again, and there would be one on the biennial assessment, and we hope to then conclude our work on the biennial assessment tomorrow morning. So thank you very much, everyone, for hard work, and see you tomorrow morning then. Thank you.